as well as HOA right now. And then at 12, we'll have a break for a press conference that's going on the south side steps, right here on the, third floor? Second floor, we're on the third floor, fourth floor. All right, now what is it? And again, I'm Senator Donzella James, Chair of the Urban Affairs Committee. And we have two of our members en route, but they're on Zoom. So I'm going to assume that we have a quorum. So we'll begin. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. And the first person on the list is Charmaine Joseph. Are you here? I know you say you have to go back to work. So you need to come up first, or you want to come when? And we thank you for coming. You can speak either here or here. Okay. Which one is that right there? Witness. Okay.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm here today to speak about my experience as a first-time homeowner buying HOA community.
Can you give her your name and where you live in Georgia?
Okay, my name is Charmaine Joseph. I lived at 89 Peyton Place, Southwest Atlanta, 30311. Okay. My issues began when attempting to close on my property. I learned the legal requirement condo insurance had been canceled, and when I attempted to work out with the issues with the HOA president, things went south. I was initially denied my request to get a copy of the insurance that I needed to close on my home. Because I was denied the insurance, I faced eviction along with my children, as I was allowed to move in the home early before closing took place. The insurance was only provided after the police opened up an investigation into the HOA for reports of missing funds. Since I moved in, homeowners have been demanding to inspect documents we are entitled to, such as board meetings and finances. We have been all denied the right to vote in elections or even have an annual meeting. We have had threats and actual physical assaults from the HOA board, resulting in criminal plea deals. We have had to rely on the code enforcement to attempt to hold the HOA accountable for the buildings falling apart. We came together to hold a special election and voted the board out, but they still refuse to step down, forcing a lawsuit that has cost over $20,000. Please make sure when evaluating how to combat HOA corruption, you create enforcement. Otherwise, all the laws passes without it will still result in expensive lawsuits. Thank you.
Can you take questions?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you have any? Yes. Go ahead.
Good morning.
And thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Would you like to name the HOA organization?
I don't even know the age because I never even got a
The
chance.
management
The
company.
management company, yeah.
Peyton Place.
It's on Peyton
It's on
Place,
Peyton
yes.
Place, yes.
Are those the ones that are off of Peyton Road or off of Martin Luther King?
Off Martin Luther King.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that you're saying the management company is named Peyton Place?
Mm-mm.
No.
The HOA is, the full legal name is actually Peyton Place Condominium
Condominium,
Association.
It's a condo.
But people shorten it to Peyton Place.
Peyton
Condos.
Place.
Okay. Thank you.
And a management company runs it or your board?
It's self-run.
Mm,
Mhm.
mhm.
My goodness. Okay, yes. Representative Viola Davis, go ahead.
Thank you for your testimony, but I have a question. In the House, there was a move to increase the copay of insurance from like $5,000 to $10,000. And they were saying that you are informed of documents such as insurance policies and the such. But here in your testimony, you said that you were unable to get the insurance policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Since you've been in your condominium, have you been having problems getting just basic information like bank statements or insurance policies?
Yes.
And so do you feel like we need to have a law that mandates that you have access to those vital documents as a condominium owner?
Most definitely.
Thank you.
I would like to add to that if I have a second. So there's, from my understanding, I don't have it in front of me because I was really prepared to hop up here today, but in our bylaws and already on Georgia state statute, it's already required that they provide that. And so Ms. Joseph mentioned the enforcement mechanisms at the last session for SR 37, where they were talking about what laws they were thinking about creating. You can create more laws, but there's already laws on the books that's completely being ignored. And so one of our fears is, and many of the people here, you could pass 3 and 4 great laws that everyone would agree is great, and it would still result in the full cycle of a lawsuit being brought because those same new laws that you would pass, in addition to the old ones already on the books, will be ignored. And so I know everyone has their own situation, but I've been involved in several HOAs since I moved to Georgia 10 years ago. This by far is one of the worst situations. They're not responding. They said, hey, we're going to give you the records. Their lawyers go quiet that they do hire. So I know at the last hearing, there was talk of, well, we don't need to do anything. There's already laws in the books. They have their CCRs, their bylaws that they can turn to and vote them out. There was a representative, forgive me, I forgot her name, who mentioned, well, if your HOA gets that bad, well, we need to look at the owners of the community to say, hey, you let this get this bad, but you have these tools available. I know our HOA, I know several other HOAs, they've utilized those tools already on the books, and they either lost because they didn't have the funds to get a lawyer, or they're in our boat where the bill is $22,000 in county, and I expect it to be close to $30,000. Just to even get the insurance, just to get closing documents, and to get the board off. We have to get a judge to rule them off because they were voted out already. And then there was one lady, I'll wrap up, one lady mentioned at the last meeting that there were people on her board who weren't entitled to be in the community because they didn't live in the community. So they didn't have the right to be on the board. And our current HOA president has no right to be on the board because she actually owes $200,000 in unpaid fees.
200,000.
Yeah, and that's one of our fears, that she's holding on to power, because in Georgia, as we all know, when you reach that $2,000 threshold, your condo can be looked at for foreclosure to repay those fees. So that's one of the reasons she's desperately holding on to power, threatening residents. And I was the person in Love and Alive who's physically attacked by her, and she ended up pleading guilty. Because I was exposing her corruption, and she attacked me in front of the news cameras. So there was no dispute. I know people say, well, these homeowners come here, they have no evidence. Mine was on tape, where she physically attacked me in front of Rebecca Lindstrom, who's been working with several people in here covering
Yes.
HOA issues.
Yes,
So this is the kind of people we're dealing with. So thank you for your time.
we already know about it.
Yeah,
I told you years ago, my sister was in those same
yeah,
condominiums.
yeah,
And they actually did her like that, but she had bought a house,
yeah.
and she and her children were moving in. So another month later, the next thing you know, she didn't have a condominium anymore because they kept finding her, and she was gone out of there. She was maintaining it, but with
Yeah,
electricity and all of that.
yeah,
But so I do know about that group. That's why I wanted to know
yeah.
if it was a management company,
There
because
is one on Peyton Village side. We are on the Peyton Place
Peyton Place.
side, which is
Yeah.
1 Peyton Place through 93 Peyton Place, and then
Mhm.
95 Peyton Place through the 200s is Peyton Village. They do have a management company. On our side, we don't. And then so once again,
But it's still the same
no,
condominium.
they split up in the year 2000,
Yeah.
actually.
across the street from each other?
right next to each other on the same side of the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So once again, when you guys look at laws and to evaluate, please think of the enforcement mechanism, because I hate to say this, whatever great laws you come up with may be in vain if there's zero enforcement mechanism. So,
Well, we have often think about that as we're passing bills. But we can't enforce them. The law has to enforce them. So maybe we need to get some kind of program where all these bills will go to the proper authorities so they
correct,
will know.
correct. That's what I'm referring
Yeah.
to. Not for you to go out there and bust corrupt HOAs yourself. We need you here. So, thank you. Thank you.
Even though I have two new knees, I have a second degree black belt in karate. My husband say ain't crazy, but anyway,
Yeah.
we'll go back to the, to the drawing. board. I appreciate your testimony. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I always apologize to
You don't
everyone
need to. We're
because I
still
am.
fighting.
Yeah.
Just help us and the rest of the owners who are here and not here. Like I had to come grab Ms. Joseph from work, so thank you for allowing her to speak. But we definitely need assistance from the legislative branch to really squash this issue.
Well, thank you. We're working toward that, and that's why we wanted to get the testimonies all over again, because this will be the last hearing we have this year for
Mhm.
HOAs or for lifting the prohibition against rent control
Mhm.
because of the escalating prices of rent.
Yep.
That are ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, any other questions? Yes, Representative Patty Stinson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
One last one.
And hello to everyone. I'm Patty Marie Stinson, representing House District 150, which is down rural Georgia. And so we don't have a lot of these type issues. But however, this is a very important issue. And so I wanted to be here to learn more and want to do what I can along with my colleagues to fix this issue. You mentioned about other states, and this may have been discussed previously, but my question would be, are you aware of legislation in other states that may be already in place that maybe Georgia can consider looking at to make this problem better for everyone?
There was there was a speaker here last time who really related really great factual information what other states were doing. Florida, South Carolina, I can't remember if and Nevada as well. There's other states looking at legislation, but he mentioned a really important point. The ones already on the book, I believe Florida, who has an ombudsman's office. It's basically lending an ear to people in dire distress situations, and that is what it appears to be. I don't believe that any state has currently on the books a situation where you have just a out of control HOA, you go to it and they clamp down on them or prevent people from being on an HOA board as you would with an insurance board, or you go get your hair done, or someone messes up your hair, falls out, you could go to a cosmetology board and get that person looked at. I think there needs to be the same situation with HOAs.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any state that really has that enforcement mechanism. That being the case, there's no reason that Georgia could not potentially set national precedent in that arena.
I understand. Okay, great suggestion. Because you're right, there are plenty of boards, even in the industry that I work in, which is the funeral industry, there's a funeral service board. And those members are appointed by the governor.
Yeah.
And whenever a funeral director or funeral home does something not in the guidelines of the rules, that board can sanction them and fine them. And we often receive inspections, and if we don't pass our inspections, we can be fined. So I understand what you're saying. That would be a good suggestion for for this type of situation as well. Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
But we have one last, even though we have to move on, we have one Representative Bazemore would like to ask you a question. And let me say this too, we have we recommended a ombudsman office for that very reason that you are coming here for. They would be able to you'd be able to go to them and work it out and not pay a lawyer, but find out your rights and what you need to do. And they will look at the insurance company and what problems they had in the first place with taking away your insurance, right?
Yeah, so basically in Georgia, it's already state statute, and this is going back to my point of things already on the books. If there is a condo in Georgia, it's already state statute that that condo has a master liability policy.
Okay.
So that was canceled. Ms. Joseph, I believe, first moved into her home in, I want to say,
May?
April of May of one year,
Mhm.
and then didn't close almost 8 months
year.
later because the
Mhm.
insurance was canceled. I don't want to make allegations, but the insurance was canceled, the money was diverted, that was to go to the insurance, is what I'll say for now. And when she came to me and other people, we started questioning, where's the insurance? It's legally required. We don't have to do that. And I was like, no, here's the Georgia state statute. Come to find out the insurance was canceled. Then when the police got involved, APD Major Fraud Unit, they got pressure because the police were questioning them. They did renew a different insurance policy. And I actually learned a few weeks ago, it was canceled again,
My goodness,
already
okay.
violating existing law. So this is the situation we're dealing with. I think the ombudsman office would potentially help many people in here, but in our situation, yes, it is an outlier, but just because something is outlier doesn't mean you deal with it. Murder is an outlier. Most people in here have never committed murder, but if you do, that's an outlier situation that's going to be dealt with, right? And so same thing with the extreme HOA cases, just because it's an outlier doesn't mean you don't even look to address it. So I just wanted to state that. as
I
well.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
And Representative Bazemore has the last question.
okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I think so. What is it?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for everyone that has come to speak. And unfortunately, and I apologize that I wasn't able to get to the first hearing. And I was running this morning, so forgive me for being a little tardy. But I'm not going to make you go over everything that you've said. I've heard some of it. I just want you to know that my subdivision was built in '05 and I became the president in '06, and I'm still the president. You wonder why? Because of things like this.
Yeah.
And I refuse to live in a subdivision that has issues, and I run it by the law
Mhm.
and not trying to overtake and take over. And so I've been hearing a lot of bad actor stories, and thank God that's not the case in our subdivision. However, there are remedies to some of the things that have been brought up. And the problem that I found, because I had to learn as I went along. So you saying '06 to 2024, and I'm still the president. That's a long time. So I learned a lot. It's not like I knew as I went along, but I followed the law. But what I found is that even though we have a covenant and we have a bylaw, the state does not enforce those rules and regulations. That's where I found I had the most problem, because there was no help. You had to do it on your own.
Mm.
You had to get a lawyer, or in our case, we have a management company, and the person that owns the management company happens to be a lawyer. So we retain him also. But that should not be. There should be a situation, an agency that you can go to and get things resolved without running all over and trying to ask this one and that one and talk to everybody, just like we do everything else. So I totally agree with you. And I'm trying to get off this board though, because I have a lot of responsibility. But like I said before, if I'm living there, I'm going to make sure it's right, not just for me,
Mhm.
but for everybody.
Yep.
So that's how I feel. And I've talked to other people that have had communities that have had HOAs, and they're starting HOAs, or they're trying to dissolve them, or they're trying to resolve some things. And they've come to me since I've been doing this for so long.
Yeah,
So any help that I can give, I will definitely be there and stand with you.
I appreciate all
Thank
of you,
you.
and I'll definitely
Thank you.
talk with all of you individually.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person to speak is Steve Warbeck. He is on the Zoom. Warbeck. I guess I'm pronouncing it correctly. If I mess up your name, just charge it to my head and not my heart. I'm not doing it on purpose. Okay. Do we have him? He stepped away for a moment, so we will, is Mr. Mullins here, please? Not here yet? Oh, here he is. Okay.
Good morning.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you-
Good morning. We would like to hear from you, your testimony about HOAs, is it? Or are you talking about rent control?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Yes, Steve Horvath.
Can you give us your testimony, please?
Absolutely. Yes, thank you so much. Steve Horvath with HOA United, which is Homeowners of America United.
Mhm.
I just wanted to speak to you briefly. Heard from a number of homeowners over the last year plus, and I've listened to the testimony of your committee before. I've also listened to testimony from another committee that was recently instantiated to talk about HOAs in Georgia. And I've
Yes.
participated in providing testimony across the country over the past few years. What strikes me is that you can learn quite a lot from other states. And I would really implore you to not try to be the tip of the spear, because being the tip of the spear is really hard. And what I would implore you to do is to consider legislation that you can pass successfully, because what I've seen and experienced myself is that legislation that becomes law is the most powerful legislation. It's one thing to make a point. It's another thing to actually enact laws that protect homeowners and that improve the situation and the balance of power for condos and HOAs. And so I would just seriously ask you to consider how you get there. Georgia, every state has its own way of
Yes.
going about, getting from
Yeah.
A to Z. And you all know how challenging it is to enact reforms across a number of different areas of the law. And this is important. And I will go ahead and make sure I send everyone on the committee some recommendations that I forwarded last year, and have also sent more recently to the other HOA subcommittee that was formed on the Senate level with Senator Brass. And would just ask you to really think about how you can move the needle in a way that almost guarantees you passage. You can never do that, but I've seen the bills in other states and in Georgia that have shown up before, and a lot of them haven't passed. And there's oftentimes the industry, brings to bear quite a lot of firepower trying to dilute or deny or otherwise delay some of these really needed reforms. And sometimes the reforms have good intentions, but are way too aggressive. And so I would just ask you to really consider how to get there and how to enact legislation that Georgia lawmakers and the governor will pass and sign. You don't necessarily have to be the nationwide leader. And I can tell you from my own experience that other states like Washington State, Nevada, Colorado, California have taken steps to prevent foreclosures in meaningful ways that seem to be acceptable and workable, and other actually, prevent uneven enforcement and all kinds of other things. So I'll make sure to send you some more information on that. But as somebody who does this really as a living across the country, advocating for homeowners, I've seen things succeed and I've seen things fail, and I want Georgia to succeed. So any way that HOA United can help you succeed, we'd love to see that. Every state's different. But there are ways, I think, to get the ball across the goal line for Georgia, and we just want to make that a reality for you. So your homeowners deserve it.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I want you to know, just like our last legislator that talked, Representative Bazemore, she has a good HOA and COA out in her area. So we're just looking at the predatory problems that many of the homeowners associations have been doing for a long time, because they've been getting people's houses taken from them during foreclosure with only $2,000 worth of liens. And that could be one thing. Say if they say your shutters can't be but one color white and you painted them some other color, they can give you the fine from $500 to $1,000 in so many days to do it. And then after that, they can do $100 a day. The next thing you know, you got $2,000 quickly, and somebody knocks on your door and say, I bought this house, and you have to leave. And that is really happening. This is not just one person, and it's not an exaggeration. I've heard from at least 8 people who unfortunately lost their homes, their American dream, to our laws or lack of laws. So please send, we appreciate your testimony, and I would like those recommendations as soon as possible, because we are going to have to write a recommendation to our lieutenant governor and other chairmen so that they would be able to see what we've been doing here. So thank you.
Thank you very
Anybody have
much.
any questions for him? Okay,
Another question comes up.
Okay. go ahead.
It's on.
I got you.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Appreciate. Thanks for your testimony. You're absolutely right. You know, we can come up with all kind of recommendation, everything else, and put a bill, but we got to make sure we can pass it and we can enforce. And I want you to consider, send when you send all the recommendation. And also, I want you to think of something else, because sometimes it's hard to create an office or somebody to handle this. We have a lot of agencies that we have within our state. I want you to think of if any particular agency that we can create a position within that organization. I would just want you to think about it, because since you're doing this, all around the country, as you said, that my ask. Think about it. If we can create something within a existing agency, create a position that we can appropriate some money, assign someone, can somebody, when the homeowners have some problems or this issue come up, Georgia-based, we're not trying to be a leader in the country, but we want to make sure solve the problem for Georgia. That's what we're here for. And that's my comment.
All right, thank you. Maybe we need to ask our great research department to look at if we have some other agency already working on housing issues or something, and we can try to get an ombudsman office put in under DCA or whatever it is.
Yes, ma'am. My memory is that in your previous bill, you suggested placing it under this.
I did. I did, but if there are others that would be more acceptable, then, because I think the reason we had trouble is I don't think that department wanted to add another agency onto them. So we need to look at where the fit, and maybe our legislative council can tell us, whoever is in charge of just the housing issues, if they can look at whether we need to have an office of ombudsman or whatever you want to call it. We don't have to call it that. I know that I saw one of the states had a 1-800 number. That's better than nothing. At least people who have a problem, they could call them and not have to go pay thousands of dollars for a legal person to come and intercede for them. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I'm on, but I'll speak loud.
You
So-
on?
Thank you. I can hear now. I didn't speak to the housing issue and the affordability, and I just wanted to let you all know that I sat on the study committee. I'm over in the House, This is the Senate, but we work together. So I sat on that committee and we've been working tirelessly to try to get more units in the industry so that it will bring down the cost and show more availability and then deal with these bad investors that are coming in to our area. Because what I found in one of the meetings on the study committee is that someone presented and said that in my district alone, there was an investor that bought up 60% of the houses, 60%. But also what we need to do, right, I recently spoke to in front of GMA, the Georgia Municipal Association. And as you know, that the municipalities are the ones that have the code and they control what goes in their cities. And so because they look at us as a state as overstepping our boundaries. So what we have to do and what I asked them to do is let's work together. We have to work together. It's a give and take because it's not about us. It's about the citizens of Georgia. And we have to work for the citizens of Georgia to make sure we bring down the cost and put more units out there in the, I'm sorry. Oh. So we put more units out there so that people will have more opportunities to purchase those housing that they need. And one of the problems that they talked about, and I know that all of us are aware, when you get older, you have empty nests. And so your house becomes too large for you and you want to downsize. Well, those individuals right now, it's going to be difficult for them to downsize. And the reason why is because if they leave what they have, they're going to something smaller and paying way more than what they would pay, thank you, if they stayed in their home. So those units are not on the market because they're keeping them. And so then you don't have, it's a cycle normally, but the cycle has stopped because it's not working the way it always does.
Thank you. Let me just end it with you, sir, letting you know that this is the reason why we're having these hearings so that we can find some kind of suitable legislation that would help homeowners and condominium owners and to stop foreclosures. My study committee did pass, but when they named the people, it is Senator Matt Brass. And I'm on that committee too. Usually you put a bill in or a study committee in and you're the chairperson, but I'm very happy to be working with them because we have bipartisan support now. And that's what we were lacking prior to now. And also, so that's what we're doing. We are looking at possible legislation. And the only reason we were looking at other states is not to be like another state, but find something that they're doing differently than we are that's yielding success for the homeowner. And so that's what, so that's the objective of this these 3 hearings we've already had. Thank you so much for your testimony. And the next person we're going to call, you're welcome. The next person is Jessica Novice. Are you here? Are you talking about HOAs? Okay, before you do that, how many people in here are here for the rent? Okay, since we only have 3, you're going to be the first when we come back to that. But we need to wrap up on the escalating prices of rent. One group that came to me were students at universities, and those students have to no longer be able to stay right off campus, close to their universities or colleges. They have to get a bunch of, they're telling me, not 1 roommate, but up to 6 roommates for a 2-bedroom home because they can't afford the price. They had a lease and the lease is up and you renew it. When you renew it, it's twice as much. It can go from $1,200 a month to $3,000 a month easily if you're in certain areas. This is unacceptable. So this is one thing that why we're looking at that. And also, everywhere you look in the city of Atlanta and other close by metropolitan cities, you see houses and apartments and condominiums being built. It's I mean, hundreds, even thousands, in my community only. And I'm shocked. I looked where the grass used to be in the trees, and now it's 200 units being put up. If we already putting people out because they can't afford rent, what are we gonna do with all these brand new ones that we have? This is a challenge, and this is why we need to, right now, take control and do something to help them. In other places, other states, since we've been talking about other legislation, they don't necessarily have a prohibition against rent control, but the state of Georgia has a prohibition against it. And so that means that the state they can do, unless we put laws in, then they can do whatever they want to do, like they've been doing. So we gotta, it's not working. So we want to make sure that we have something that all the citizens can appreciate and understand. Of course, if we need HOAs or the rental, like Representative Bazemore said, 60-something% of it owned by one person. They going in there buying up, and many of them are corporations or from other countries. They don't even lay their feet on the ground of the United States. So they just buying up. So that's dangerous too. It's very dangerous when they buy up your land and your housing. What next? And also the food. So food, shelter, and clothing is what it's looking like they doing around here. So anyway, let me stop. Let me get off my, I'm really passionate about this issue. So, yes. Okay, the first person, did Margie, you want to come up? Margie McLeod? Show us your T-shirt first. She been walking around with the, oh, that's not the one? Okay. Okay. All right. Please give us your testimony. And we were trying to make sure it's between 3 and no more than 5 minutes.
I'm not going to talk that long because, we've been through this. I don't have to say anything about how the rent is constantly going up, but your paycheck. You see the homeless out here. So what are you talking about? I know it's decade of banning the rent. I don't know, Republic, Democrat, we have to unban this rent. It's nothing. We's in crisis. You see the people outside lining up into church all over. But let me tell you, Atlanta Constitution, when you talk about housing, they wrote it October the 24th. We are 284,000 short of low-income housing. That's why we got problems. More people is coming in here. We don't have housing. Rent is constantly go up. But I'm telling y'all, I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing babies on the street, shelters. And then we don't even have enough shelters. Homeless is everywhere, we know. But Georgia want to be number one and want to show, hey, we want to do this. We got the World Cup. Hey, let's show them that we could do this. Be an example. Don't be a follower. We got California. Look what happened to California. Look how long it took them. Hit them in their head. They didn't have rent control. They got it now. So what I'm saying, and then your schools is closing. Less children in the neighborhood. My community, where the children, they downside. Schools getting closed in the neighborhood. So what I'm saying, the governor, I know you could do it, because when you could stop gas go down, make it go down, please You could do this, put a cap on the rent. You could, I don't, you know, people want to say a lot of things, but I'm for real. I just had death in my family Monday. We're going to bury my nephew. He's 59. I'm not going to stop because the people come to me. When I wear this shirt, black, white, blue, green, they say, this is what we need. So I'm telling y'all, give the people what they need, not what they don't need. They don't need houses on top of houses. You don't have enough. And that's more children is going in foster care. Family Children Service won't tell the people how many children is going into the system. Then you got a lot of cars, house cars. We don't have enough, but you ain't building them fast enough. So at this time, it's an epidemic. So what are you going to do? The solution is you have to do something. Either unban the rent control or put a cap of 3%. Grandmama's getting put out the high rise, rent going up. So what I'm saying to you, please, Republican, Democrat, whoever you are, independent, do this. Do this for your grandmother. Do this for your mother. You got students, little college students, they living in their car, they can't afford the rent. Come on, we're better than this. We're better than this. Let's show the people. Everybody's coming here. Everybody's coming here. So what are we doing? They're seeing people all over the babies sleeping. You know what? It's a true story. The mother's homeless. And she had her head down. I said, baby, don't help. Because she had a sign say, rent, I need food. And the little 5-year-old, no, he was 7. You know what he told me? I want a house. You the children at 7 years old would say, I want a toy or something. Can you help my mama? Could live in a house. Because we've been staying outside. And that's what he said. So I'm not going to go on and on because y'all know what's happening out there. You see it every day. It's not going to get no better. If California could do it, New York could do it. Y'all want to do a study? How long you going to take to do the study? At this time, what the people going to do? And next year it's going to get worse because you got the World Cup Series in 26 because everybody come in here trying to buy my house. So at this time you say you don't have enough housing, what are you going to do with the people? Where they going at? That's all I got to say. And power to the people.
Margie, I know that you have kept this alive for us because I see you on TV at City Hall, at the county
Yes.
commission, in neighborhoods, feeding people.
Yes.
I see you all over the place. And I know that when they said paid in place, I know that you used to live in one
Yes.
of those condominiums, but you bought yourself a home.
Yes,
And
yes.
so you are not one of the people who need this because and your daughter has her own home. So
Yes,
it's not
yes.
in a HOA or anything. So I understand, and I know how passionate you are.
And I
And
thank
we are
you,
going-
Donzella. I thank you because you have the passion to do this because no one didn't want to take that rent control bill. I'm just telling y'all the truth, but you did it. You did it. And that's what we're saying. We all have to work together to make this place a better place. Reach out and touch someone and make this place a better place.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. There you go. Say your
Good
name.
morning, everybody. My name is Dominic Winters. I'm the executive director at NWOGBC, and this is my first time meeting with you all. Well, before I continue, I'd like to give you guys a background about our organization. We work in historically neglected communities all over this great country. We've been in California, Nevada, Mississippi, Texas, and we've seen a trend when it comes to historically neglected areas, and usually the areas that Ms. Marge will speak about are usually areas areas that's known for neglection. Well, I would like to let you guys know that we have been conducting land surveys and we have been doing surveys of the community. So we act as a liaison between the community, the local government, the state government, the federal government. Basically, we collect data to help assist in administrative decisions. So what I have come at my very beginning stage in doing my investigations is that all of these different organizations and different forms of government receive funds from the federal government under HUD. So it is the housing and development housing and urban development department that actually deals with affordable homes. And what I've learned after doing investigation and requesting certain financial statement from these different agencies and nonprofits is that funds are being misappropriated. Okay, because I go into the communities, I survey them, and I ask them, have you ever heard of any of these nonprofit? They say no. When I call the nonprofits and I request a financial statement, they give me a runaround. They try to discredit me because I just became public. I was doing private investigations at first. Okay, they tried to discredit me. Along with that, a lot of issues with the raising rent is the community development companies that comes in and they receive different grants, you know, like for example, NOFA, for example. Notice of funding, available funding, and things in these nature. So what I really want to bring to you guys' attention that we need to pay more attention and we need to have some type of different agencies in different districts that monitor the spending and monitor the appropriation of funds that is allocated for the people to serve them better. So when we have these different development companies coming in, say for example, Alan Moore's district, which is right in District 3, right? In the city of Atlanta, Alan Moore's. I dealt with Alan Moore's and the Fulton County Development Authority. Okay, they just built a huge building off of 1055 Howard Mill Road, and I can't tell you guys the title, but there's a title that governs the Development Authority, and the Development Authority is supposed to build different structures to benefit the community. So if you have a $99 million building, right, that is funded through the Fulton County Development Authority, right, but you have individuals in a historically neglected area that cannot get a job, that is proof of misappropriation of funds. And again, the issue is it's not the state government, it's not the local government, and it's definitely not the county government. It is those who are in power who allocate these funds, and there's those who are getting these funds allocated that's misappropriating these funds. These funds are supposed to provide affordable housing for people. It's enough money that there shouldn't be anybody homeless, and it is time for us to hold them accountable as a people. So what I would like to do is I would like to push the people to do more research, ask more questions, especially and investigate your local council members, right? And your city grants department and finance department and pull the records so you can properly see where these funds are being misused so we can come up with resolutions. I'm not here to complain with you guys. I'm here to let you guys know as a community informant, there is a federal, local, and state investigation occurring, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And one question. The Howell Mill Road apartments or condos, is that the one that burned down, almost burned down? About 2 weeks ago?
Well, what I'm speaking of is historically neglected
historic.
communities,
Okay.
right? Which is several of them that is within this great country. And what we're trying to do is we're finding solutions, we're collecting data in real time instead of just coming up with just using AI, right? Which you guys should be using these days. We actually get real data from the people and then we put it in AI and we come up with real resolutions. And the issue is that it's hard for the government to go into these communities because it's not the government job to do community work. It is the issues that we don't have any more community leaders that's going in to do this work. So as the executive director of NWOG, which is New World Order Guild, a beneficial corporation, we're coming into these communities, we're finding leaders and we're training them to better serve the people and better serve our country.
Very good. Thank you
Alrighty,
very
thank you.
much. Thank you. I have one question. We have a 12:30 press
Yeah.
conference, so
No problem.
that's
Yes.
30 minutes.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. I was just wondering, have you ever written any reports and forward those reports to like this committee?
Okay, so we just started we started our investigations in Old English Ave, which is a very well-known neglected community. Well, when we were doing our land survey, we realized there's a over $299 million stadium built, several improvements by the Beltline. When you go on Cameron and Alexander Street, there's a bridge that crosses over the Beltline that is clean, but when you go over to Jet Street, the public can't even walk. It's a public safety issue. The Department of Public Safety should have been came there. And the district councilman, Mrs. Byron Emeralds, I see you there. Unfortunately, when I did contact the department, I was going to work with him, but the fact is, that it's a problem, because if this is your community, you should have driven there, and you've been there for several years. Jet Street has been distressed for several years. So right now, we did a land survey. We're surveying the people, and we're also getting the proper agencies to assist us in cleaning up right now, so we can better serve the people. And I have been in contact with the Beltline, and they said it's on the city of Atlanta, therefore it's on a council member. So right now, we're holding the council member that deals with these distressed areas accountable, but not by going to the meetings. We're actually cleaning it up, and we're also getting surveys from the people so we can better serve the people.
Okay.
Written statement about your recommendation.
Of
One
course,
recommendation.
when this meeting is
Please.
over, I was going to make sure I get you guys information, because what we do is we pass it to the city, we give it to the county, and we also give it to the state. We're just a community informant.
Okay, thank you. And we do want it on this committee though, so that we can write up our findings.
Of
and
course.
We'll mention it as a recommendation.
Of course, that is our job. Again, we are a liaison between the government and the people, so that is our duty, and we will serve you guys as well as we serve the community as
Well,
well.
keep up the good work. We appreciate you. Thank
No
you.
problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know how we're gonna do this. We have 16 people that want to speak within 25 minutes. But Jody, thank you for coming.
Thank
So
you.
let's be brief. Everybody, like 2 minutes. And I would love to, and if you've given us the information before, kind of summarize it right now.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Jody Williams, first giving honor to God. And I'm going to be speaking out, crying out for my people. I'm not ashamed to say my people, because they are the lowest, in the totem pole. I want to, say kudos to Miss Margie. I've been working with her really strongly for the last 2 years, and she's really passionate about what she believes in and, helping the people. So first I want to start off with Head Start. Georgia is cutting the funds for Head Start, and a lot of people depend on these funds for their kids so that they'll be able to get to work and be, good, thriving citizens of this state. And next, I want to talk about low-income housing. Not affordable, because affordable means anything, and you know how Georgia plays with words like the right to work state, and that has a totally different meaning than the right to work. So I want to speak on that and piggyback off of what Donzella was saying about all these apartments that they're building. I mean, you look at all these apartments, no one are in them, like thousands and thousands of apartments. But then you take away the projects, and instead of rebuilding them, because I've lived in the projects and I know that it's a stepping stone of taking me where I need to be when I'm down, and that's what a lot of these people need. I work real closely with the shelters, and you have mothers there. Mothers with jobs and nowhere to live, mothers with cars. And it's so unfortunate that at one of the shelters, you can't work to be in the program. So these mothers with these cars, and all these bills that they still need to maintain, consider that, you know. Yes, we need more shelters, but we need low income housing for these people. You know, we need more shelters, but it's got to be a stepping stone to housing that they can afford, housing that'll bring them up to where they need to be. And like these shelters, they're putting these people out who need to be in them, you know, because they're taking on all these programs, and it's not enough of them to take care of the people in this city. You know, you can go at 8 o'clock in the morning, Ethel Street, and you see all the mothers. Some have 5, 6 children. And this city is not known for that. You see, I've been here all of my life, and you never saw a mother with all these kids out on the streets. What are we coming to? Do we just dislike people or want people to be down? You got to ask yourself these questions. Mothers on the concrete, waiting, trying to get into the shelter. Like I say, there's not enough space, and these shelters are taking on all these problems like mental health. They're taking on substance abuse or just people needing help. We got to help these people. We got to stop being a city that more and more becoming unconcerned for the people. The people are who pay these taxes in the city. And these people, they don't have time to come to meetings because they're struggling, and their struggle is so desperate. So I ask you all to please help them. And you know, there was a senator maybe about 7 years ago who wrote a letter to the president to not send Georgia any more funds because they're not being allocated to what these different counties need. He wrote this letter, don't send Georgia any money. At the time when the medical expansion, you know, we should have jumped on that. All these people, they work, they don't even have insurance. We should have jumped on that. And you guys got to really come together and vote and take care of this city. You know, don't let this city be lacking because they want money, because they want to be a part of the World's Cup. Help these people. And that's all I want to say. Thank you for listening.
Appreciate it. Who else is out there that wants to speak on housing? Did Mr. Mullins, you want to come? Go ahead. Come on. Where? Him? Yeah, our friend.
Good,
Right.
good
Did you
afternoon.
provide lunch today? I was just kidding. We
My
didn't
na-
ask you.
My name is Hayden Stanley, and our firm represents the Georgia Apartment Association, those who are creating the housing or much of the housing. And thank you. I will be quick, understanding how little time you have and how many more speakers. And you've been very good to hear from representatives of the apartment industry at each of your hearings last year and again this year. So thank you. It's overwhelming, the issues that we're hearing about, and we hear about them every day. And certainly my client doesn't dispute that there are challenges with the cost of everything, and housing is one of those. As you have heard, and as you would expect, there is those in the apartment industry who are taking the risk, who are building this housing, are opposed to rent control. If you place, we've outlined a number of cost drivers that go into producing housing, and we've gone over today. We've heard quite a bit about how costs are up throughout every bit of our lives. If you designate one item, in this case, what an investor, a builder, a provider of housing can recover, but you don't cap all of the costs that go into providing that,
Right.
they will quit investing in it, and you will not solve the problem.
Right.
There are ways to approach this. We appreciate your this opportunity and the ability to offer suggestions, and we will in writing in the coming weeks as you wrap this up. But thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Hayden.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. But I want to say too that we are writing this up, and we know that there are more different forms of rent control. There's so at least 10 different ways.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
There are a lot of
Yeah,
ways.
and we looked at all of them, and we want to lift the prohibition, because my legislation did anyway, to make sure that the municipalities have control over their area, and they can vote, the people vote them in, and they can vote on whether they want rent control or not, or if so, what kind. And we wanted to, if they do select this bill, then they would have training too. And the United Way has training already that they provide for renters or for HOAs. They have them free for all those
Hey,
people.
leave us out of HOA thing.
Okay. No, I know it's a little different.
Been like, thank you. Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
you've been a leader, and I know your passion for this issue. And again, just to be on the record, going from a prohibition against price control on housing to zero guardrails
Mm,
is a pretty
Yeah.
is a pretty significant move.
I know.
Senator,
I got you.
good morning.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to understand, I guess, what the opposition would be to, allowing our municipalities and our local governments to control the rent. It's not a full of what you're talking about rent control bill at the state level, but it does give agency back to our locality. So what's the problem with, I guess, apartment associations working with the local governments? If we were to pass this legislation, what's the problem with that?
I would tell you that the apartment association engages at the local level throughout the state,
Mm-hmm.
and they engage with other quasi-governmental organizations throughout the state in an effort to find something that works. And some of the times that happens, and other times they're patted on the head, and the very things that are driving the cost of producing housing almost entirely happen from local government imposition of regulatory barriers to cost increases. For example, on the Beltline, residential rental housing units pay something between $25 and $50 per unit to pay for the Beltline. And that's just one item that stacks and stacks and stacks. There are inclusionary zoning obligations in the Atlanta area. And what that is frankly a form of rent control that is in place. Unless it has an incentive, it could well be a violation of the law, but it's driving up the cost of housing. And anytime you put in whatever it looks like at the local level, you're shifting the cost of that housing if it's even going to be created. You're also going to, so briefly, we're uncomfortable with price caps on housing in any form, local, state, or federal. It's a disincentive to what we do.
So perhaps some clear guidelines, clear
With
regulations
respect,
about-
we have
have
clear
them. Okay.
guidelines. We'd
But
like
they're
to
not being
keep that.
enforced,
But
right?
they're not being enforced. What you're saying.
The guideline is not enforced where you have inclusionary zoning without incentives for those set-asides. But we think that there's clear guidance. It's just not being
It's
followed.
not being enforced.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
very
the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Merritt and Senator Lucas. They joined us with all of us. I think everybody's already said their names, right? Okay. I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna have 16 people. I tell you what, can you line up everybody who wants to speak? Let me see what we gotta do. because Al Bartel, your name was next, and not, and Jessica Novice. And, oh, you're gonna do Sapelo Island. Yeah, Sapelo Island will be starting when we come back from the break. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Okay, can you say your name? And if you've done this, talked to us before, reiterate quickly, briefly. And I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna try.
Okay, I'll start.
It's a
My name
marathon.
is, my name is Lysandra Raheem. This is my first time here at the state capitol. I do teach high school American government in Griffin, Georgia. I'm actually here for the HOA. I am a HOA treasurer at the Barnsley Farms HOA. I have not yet done my job since been elected. I was actually been discriminated against by my board that I sit on. Actually, they said I wasn't competent enough to be the treasurer, which I own 5 businesses, which include a restaurant, a COVID testing business, auto repair shop. I have I have a record label as well that I share with my husband. But I'm not yet competent enough to run on the board to do my job, which I was voted in by the residents. I was actually sold one of my homes at one of my previous neighborhoods just to get away from the HOA, just to be elected to be on a board so I can see what the problem is and how it's being ran, which my vote doesn't count because she sneaked around, the president sneaked around our back and actually voted 2 people in besides myself and the other Maisha, which is the secretary.
How could the president put other people in? Is it?
That's my question. She went around and sneaked around and got votes without 2 board members knowing that they were being voted in. After that was told 5 people instead of 3 people, I guess because she thought we wasn't going to be able to agree with her. So she invited her friends to be on the board to just vote them in to say, yeah, well, I get their votes. So I've been discriminated against, and there's 2 other people that's been discriminated against, but I made it today. I took off work to come here because my voice does matter. And I teach my children that their voice does matter. Across the board.
So you want more regulations on the board?
Yes, I want
And
more
training.
regulations against the president that she thinks she could just do whatever she wants and
Does
our
she
vote
not
doesn't
use,
matter.
Robert's rules of order?
No, she's violating all bylaws and covenants that has been identified, and we do have lawyers that we're dealing with, but it's costly. And it was also on the board meeting one time, and I'm quickly gonna get done. That we, as 5 Black people that are selling our homes right now because we don't like what's going on, because we're being misled and not knowing a lot of things that she's trying to do and put in place. Her goal is to take people's homes and to fine them if they can't pay the fee, which I was opposing to raise the fee to be able to cut our grass in our neighborhood. But unfortunately, she thinks that the Black people that's selling their homes can't afford it right now. And our homes are way over $500,000. Yes, and I am from Coweta County, and actually this young lady stayed in my neighborhood as well, which I sold my house, and she do know that I had a problem on the board when she was on the board. So this is Christina.
When I was on the board in Noonan, Georgia with my HOA, and I also was a treasurer. And I'm going to try to make it really quick because I know we're running out of time and I spoke last time, but there just needs to be some regulations and oversight. As a resident, she was targeted. She was a targeted resident, and I was aware of that. She would call me up, tell me all the things that was happening to her. It did not make sense. They put a $4,000 lien on her house, and they were aware that she was trying to sell her house. So what happens is the information is public information. So we know how much someone is going to make on a sale. We know how much they owe on their house. It's an opportunity to make money quickly. And that is what's happening, and there's target discrimination.
Yes.
Okay. So there just has to be regulations. And I know I said that before, there has to be some regulations and some laws that need to be put in place to protect homeowners. There should never be a foreclosure on somebody's home. There should never be that. So I'm going to just talk to the gentleman who said, oh, Georgia, no, we need to be pioneers. Okay, we are living in a wild, wild west, like I said before. This is our state. We need to be pioneers. We need to be people who work towards change and not be afraid.
And I will be serving on that.
Yeah, we need to be leaders.
Excuse me.
So I'm gonna just say, if you have any questions or anything real quick, because I don't want to take any more
think
time.
that we got,
Thank you.
you have
You're
one
welcome.
quick question, right?
Yes,
The state representative, go ahead, real quick.
please.
You,
My name is Lysandra Rahim.
And the other lady that spoke.
Yes, I'm
Christina?
Christina Potts. And this was unplanned. We had no idea that each other was going to be here.
No.
And we live in the same county. So this is showing, like I said, a lot of people cannot show up. A lot of people are working. We know that, we know that the situation with the economy right now, 80 hours, 40 hours, they can't be here. So it is a luxury for us to be here to testify to this. And,
thank you.
yeah, yeah.
I'm actually teaching my children this right now. We are actually learning about the state and the House of Representatives. So I teach them this every day that I'm working. But today I made my business to come down here so my voice can be heard because I have been targeted, discriminated against, and they think my voice don't matter.
Well, the good thing for both of you, your concerns is that we have we would have had a study committee, but we did pass it, but they did not
So we're
name
we're-
people to it. But your person, your
Yes,
Coweta
yes.
representative, senator,
And we're here to
is
testify and
he's
and-
looking at what you just said.
Thank you.
And he is from Coweta County. I think born and raised, but he definitely represents you
I'm
now.
born and raised from there as well.
Okay, wow.
And I have a
Yeah.
cousin that's here also on
Yeah.
another issue.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
We only have 4 minutes
Okay,
left.
we're going.
I know it. Thank you.
I thank you very much. And can people just say your name and the main issue?
Good morning,
Good
Senator
morning.
James, and to
Good
each of you. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Cassandra Sappington. I live in Regency Park Community Association, who was formerly managed by Arden Residential. I've been targeted and dealing with this issue since towards the end of July, where I submitted a request to redo my deck. And it seems like there was a dispute between the property management company and the board where they fired, but they never notified the residents that they were fired. And so I was still submitting stuff to the portal. And I get a letter saying that I owe over $10,000 from Dura and Dura Law Firm that represents the board. They still never formally communicated that Arden Residential does not represent them. There is no fee schedule. They've been charging me $500 a day fine since September the 1st and saying, and accrued late fees and legal fees, but I'm trying to see how it even got there. My due process was violated. I never was given a hearing, even though I requested one, never had mediation, arbitration. So something needs to be put in place to hold them accountable, because at this point I'm being bullied and harassed and I was not given formal due process.
Had concerns like that too. You want to,
Can we speak after, please?
Absolutely.
I will show up for you.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
and you open.
I appreciate that. And I know, Senator James, we have we're looking to meet week after the next, after the election and things die down. I've been in touch with Diego and Dory about trying to get on your calendar as well, but definitely, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Mr. Santana, do you have a presentation or
Go ahead.
just for
Oh,
less than a minute?
how long is it?
No, I would just take one slide because it looks like the time is right now very, very tight. So this is what if we go to the second slide, please, second one. So this is something that I did for all of you, and I will just touch base on this slide. In our association, if we go to the third slide, we have a recall. And many people probably have not addressed this properly with a lot of evidence. This is a letter that we received from the association's attorney when we sued the board for not enforcing our records, because we requested records, for not giving us the opportunity to address our concerns in a hearing process. And this is a response from and I left all the names there because I like transparency. So as you can see in the section that is highlighted, he says, to your point about homeowners management, which was the management company being an agent of the association, you are correct. We don't represent them. If we go to the next slide, which is the paperwork from the lawsuit, as you can see, the highlighted section with a red color,
Wow.
he's representing the association. So it's completely against of what he stated. And probably this happens in many communities across the state. If we go to the next slide. Oh, something happened. Anyway, so what I'm trying to point out here is there is an industry, there is an organization. Would you mind going further towards? Yes. So for example, here our bank, these are bank statements from our community. The bank that was handling an association since 2014 is Alliance Association Bank. This is from a very well-known organization, Community Association Institute, also known as CAI. All of you need to know about this because I'm pretty sure that they are in every single hearing.
Yes, yes.
Not many people talk about this organization. This is a lobbying organization. And if we go farther, please, would you mind going to the next slide? This is when we decided to do the recall. It was on October the 30th. The owner of our bank account was the owner of the management company. Our community, and you can see there, this is a letter from the representative from the bank. She closed the account when we started to do the recall. And don't be surprised, it happens everywhere. Our community is just a case study. Our association never had access to the bank account. Since 2014, this association and the funds were completely conquered by the owner of the management company. We go farther. Can we go to the next slide so that I can show you the checks? I think the next one. The next one, there are some checks that I left, for example, there. These are checks that were not signed by any of our board members. I'm sorry. Yeah, so just another minute and I will finish here. So this is just an example when you, and I will go back to, I think in the last session in October the 22nd, there is a representative, I think she was an attorney, and I will quote what she said, because this goes back to her. She said this, when the HOA board members go off the rails, it is the most fundamental democratic process. The community can elect new leaders, and I have seen that happen as well. So I often say to the homeowner who's really angry with their board, run for the board. Is everybody's right? She's wrong. I experience, I have to take $2,000 from my own saving account in order to recall these toxic board members, plus $3,000 for a private sponsor who helped us to retain an attorney. Even with this $5,000 was not enough. Why? Because the owner of the management company had entire power on our association funds. So when we recall this board, what the management company did, they sold the portfolio to this other big company, Century Management Inc.
Oh, I hear that.
They transferred the money from one state to Florida. We have to file 2 police reports in order to recover association funds. And again, the organization that is part of all these network is Community Association Institute. And if we go to the last slide, I will finish here. I think it's the last one, because I don't have time to explain this, so I will just go to the last slide. Please a little further. Yeah, well, can we stop there? And yes, so these are the two, the president, he's from Dubai. This is the president who is an international president. This organization is the one that trains the managers, the management companies for the industry of the HOA. So I just wanted to be very upfront. We are right now with this, we are placing ourselves at high risk. And since we are doing that, we want you to help us. Please. Thank you
for
so
your
much.
PowerPoint. We can use this to make our file. And the press conference is starting right now, so all the members will have to get up and leave to go down to Coweta. So what I'm gonna do, how many can stay to 1 o'clock? I mean, the ones who hadn't, to 1 o'clock. You can? That's four people. When we, at 1 o'clock, I'll start with you four if y'all can give us the presentation within 3 minutes. That good? Okay, just, you want to say your name so we'll know who's the three that's gonna come back or however many. Go ahead. Say your name so we can put it on here. Yeah, we can't, we had to, yeah, we have to take a break. Okay, Ms. Roberts. Okay, the next person who's gonna, Doreen Tate. Thank you, Ms. Tate.
Malcolm Horvath.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Say your last name again? Borvath.
Horvath. Like
Okay, okay. Thank you. We're going to take a break right now. And at 1 o'clock, we'll resume. So please, everybody who wants to be at the Sapelo Island, press conference right now, please go to the steps. Hey there, hey. As soon as, there you go. The people who were gonna speak, come back up and stand by the, Mike, and then the others stand right there at the wall. Okay. Okay. Again, I thank you all, and we're gonna get started now, and we will try to end the comments from the HOAs, PPAs, and, okay, very soon, because we have people who have gotten on the first ferry from Sapelo Island this morning, and then got in a car, and they're driving here, and they'll be here in just a few minutes. They were very close. So we need to hear about this tragic episode that took so many lives, claimed 6 people's lives, and then it was 6 more in critical condition that night, but I'm happy it's only 2 now. The others are in stable condition. So, you know, we have to really, I get choked up. Y'all have to excuse me. I get all upset about all of this because it was avoidable. So, are we ready? Yeah, we have. Where did she go? We gotta have one more person sitting down. Here she is. Go ahead. Introduce yourself and.
Okay, thank
get
you so
started.
much.
Okay.
And I'll respect when you flash time. I'm Jane Roberts from Henry County, formerly of DeKalb. And I'm here today to urge your support in seeking a criminal investigation by the district attorney into our HOA management company, Community Association Management, abbreviated CAM, of Fayetteville, Georgia, and their handling of over $1 million in our HOA board funds. Moreover, I'm here, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Moreover, I am here to pose questions about common practices of HOA management companies whose profit goals may put them at odds with the associations and board members they're supposed to guide and protect. I also want to express my alarm that HOA management companies have very little oversight or consequences when they cooperate with, enable, or even advise volunteer, often untrained HOA board members to operate in violation of their covenants, Georgia nonprofit law, or even criminal law. In July 2023, our volunteer HOA board of mostly elderly retired women hired CAM Management based in Fayetteville, Georgia, to oversee our over $700,000 of annual HOA bank funds and collect our additional $551,000 in accounts receivables, trusting them with assets of over $1.2 million in 2023. Because CAM was owned by an attorney, Lee Mason, our mostly elderly, mostly untrained board of volunteer owners felt a sense of confidence that our funds and HOA business would be in good hands. After our board voted to hire CAM for approximately $78,000 per year, as the board president, I negotiated to exclude an additional $120,000 annual rental monitoring service from CAM's contract, as they lacked experience and appropriate software. I intended to open this service to competitive bidding, and I alone stood against elderly board members and opposing CAM an additional $120,000. Today, CAM Management is operating with resigned in writing, 3 board members who've resigned in writing, who are opposing an audit of about $170,000 discrepancy in our funds. CAM sent us last year, the CPA admitted January 3rd that every financial statement they sent to our board last year was inaccurate. They now are operating with 3 resigned board members And since Cam's owner is an attorney, he says they're on the board, and I'm the only board member. I have an attorney, and the attorney fired Cam last week, 2 weeks ago, October 18th, and we hired a new management company. But Cam has our funds hostage, all our money, and he's operating with these resigned board members in an illegal capacity without any transparency, and we're trying to get our money. But for someone in that type of position to be so comfortable with blatantly disregarding covenants, state laws, is very concerning, and I really thank you. But I would like your help to get a criminal investigation of Cam Management.
Okay, can we have your notes, or you want to send us something?
Yes, I can give you a copy.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, please. And say your name.
Good afternoon, and
Yeah.
thank you all for caring and bringing this together. My name is Noreen Cave. I spoke last week pertaining to the landmark condominiums.
Oh, yes.
We have 200 units in our building, so everyone's obviously under one roof. But as I said before, we have an issue with the overflux of Airbnb. There are no regulations. There need to be some.
Because you're right on Peachtree, right?
Well, I don't live there anymore. I have ownership there, but I care. You know, on Piedmont,
Okay.
right on the corner of Piedmont and International. As a matter of fact, many of the senators and judges that years ago used to rent there during
Well,
their,
I know that my colleague who did contact me, she was trying to come today.
Oh, yeah.
Senator Freddie Powell Sims.
Mhm.
She owns one, and she
Right.
lives there during the session and
Right.
rents it out.
Right. And it's becoming increasingly unbearable to live there.
She
I
told me.
mean, long story short, I think the common thread here is that there's a misuse and an abuse of power. And we need HOA reform. I was under the misimpression that the Georgia Real Estate Commissioner governs it, but they don't. They only govern salesperson who are on the board. So they do whatever they want. And long story short, if nothing is done, it's a green light for the homeowners association to legally steal homeowners' properties. Or fines. They might have to have bill they have to pay and say, hey, I'm gonna fine somebody for their grass. I'm gonna fine somebody for whatever I think of because I need some money. They're stealing. And if nothing is done, it's a green light for them to continue with the abuse of power and the misuse of power and the bullying. You know, and your home is supposed to be your sanctuary. They're stealing the peace of the homeowners that pay taxes to live there and, you know, and the other expenses. So something has to be done. You know, obviously with this many complaints, you know, that's a signal. You know, there's something, a red flag, that something has to be done. And thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We need your notes too, if you have any recommendations. Thank you, ma'am. Please give us your name and.
Hello,
you
good
live.
afternoon. My name is Bakutu Conte. I'm an American citizen. I came to this country 21 years ago. I'm here today. I have an issue with my HOA. I bought my house in 2016. I'm a hardworking mom of two. I have my own business. I pay my bills. I never receive any support from any kind of government or anything. But for the past 6 months, my HOA attorney decided to sell my house without me not knowing. And the gentleman who bought my house, when he called me, he told me that, oh, you in trouble. I bought your house because you were just a number to them. So I have my own attorney now, but it seems like no one is trying to help me. My bank told me that they're trying to do, but they don't do with like HOA. I've never even have a late payment on my mortgage. I've been living in the house for 9 years almost. I live at South Fulton Regency Oaks apartment subdivision. That's where I live.
You're in that district, uh-oh.
Yes,
We gotta make
Regency
sure.
Oaks. That's
So
where
what
I
was
live.
happening in that?
It started in March, but now they already sold the house. The HOA attorney was the one who sold my house for less than $9,000. The fees, yes, even the fees.
They bought it?
is-
Did they buy it?
Yes,
Mhm.
somebody bought it and my house is like almost $500,000. Yes. Yes.
This is an outrage.
Yes.
I would like to make
Yes.
sure we have
Yeah,
you
it's,
in our.
it's like my American dream is everything crushed. I've
Well-
never even received food stamp in this country. I have a hair salon. I have more than 20 people working for me. So I don't neglect my bills.
Right, I
But
understand.
because the guy said I'm one of them, I was just a number to them. So I tried to reach out, but nobody is helping me.
Well, we're listening to you and we are going to make sure that
Okay.
your
thank you.
concerns
Thank you.
are put in it. I hope that we can pass the legislation though. If we come up with legislation together, I want to appeal to all of you to come up here like you are now or send people or whatever we can do to pass it. So, one quick question, because we got just a few people. We got to start with Sapelo. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you one question. You know, I've already given you my information because I've been doing this for 19 years. But what I need to know, how long ago did this transaction happen where they took your home?
Since March.
This
March.
year.
Okay, this year, March. Okay, and,
But still the deed is in my name.
okay, and,
I
yeah,
have lots of
you,
it, but there is not much of that, but I think the Hamilton County court, when they look at it,
mhm.
it doesn't make sense. So nobody's trying to evict me. They try, but they cannot.
So you are still in the home?
Yeah. I still-
Okay,
But
so,
they said they bought it? Oh,
so like I said, you and I will get together and I will show up for you.
Okay.
So I have been doing this, so I will be there,
thank you.
I
Yeah.
just need help. Somebody.
definitely.
I'm looking for like, I want.
My heart is breaking.
Yes.
I can't even listen anymore because I don't understand.
Hours a day. I've never even received a food stamp. My kids, when they go to Westlake, they don't even have free food because I'm like my middle class. When I saw
Mhm.
my tax, they don't qualify. We do everything. All what I do is work from home.
We will continue. Officer.
And unfortunately, the law was on their side because once you get $2,000 worth of liens, and it could be just one thing and then fines added on to that if you have not. Well, we're including Senator Brass's committee on HOAs. That's the major thing we're looking at. Nobody should be in their house and somebody ring the bell and say, I own the house and I get out. You know, can you believe that it is really happening all over the state of Georgia? So that's what we need to do, put regulations in to stop definitely stealing people's homes. Because some of those homes were $1 million homes and they were paid for. They just had the fines with the HOA. So we're working on it. Thank you. Make sure we have your information. Thank you very much. Our next, well,
Very brief.
all of you, we had 3 people. Now we got 3 more, but can you briefly, like, have 2 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll have a sign to say time. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Understood. Good afternoon, Senate Committee. My name is Karen Thomas. I live in Clayton County, Georgia. I also am an owner in a condo community. I've spoken a couple of times, so I'm going to be brief. I'd like to reiterate the takeovers by LLCs. I'd like to reiterate that there's no oversight with the Secretary of State when people go to register themselves as officers or as LLCs. A lot of their address information is not local. You will find addresses that lead back to the property that they're actually renting out. You will also find address information that's out of state and, as you stated before, out of the country. I have one owner with 7 units and 7 LLCs.
LLC, A, B, C, D, E, F, E, G to represent each individual property that she owns, thereby not allowing her to be sued for personal, liability. You will only be able to sue for what's under that specific LLC. Currently, our board this year, they registered the officers for the community before they sent us the board meeting notice to vote on the officers. So my reinforcement or hope from you is that we'd focus also on the LLCs that are buying up the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. And you're Miss Karen Thomas, right? Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Doug Horvath from Park Glen Community Association. I'm edited half my story here, but it repeats what people have already said. So while most HOA boards are volunteer-led, this does not justify actions that harm the community. I recommend imposing penalties on board directors who act irresponsibly. A fine of $1,000 for the first offense and $5,000 for a repeated offense. This measure would clarify voluntary service doesn't mean free reign over community resources and incentivizes responsible governance. And then protection against retaliation, which seems to have been said many times today. HOA boards hold considerable power and misuse it to retaliate against homeowners who ask questions. One case in my community, a homeowner was fined $500 for renting a home despite rentals being allowed. And to add insult to injury, they pursued a lien for $500. Because of the board's failure to act in compliance with the covenants, this issue has mushroomed into a protracted 4-year lawsuit, which is still in the courts. As a solution, make mandatory non-binding arbitration before litigation could prevent unnecessary legal bills and foster fair resolutions. Arbitration is affordable for most homeowners versus a minimum $5,000 for a jury trial. So homeowners need access to administrative relief before having to go to court. For instance, I reported an HOA attorney to the Georgia Bar for questionable billing. I received a retaliatory bill for $15,000. While the charge was eventually dropped, similar bills have resurfaced, causing ongoing stress and legal expenses. I highly recommend an ombudsman for at least homeowners to be able to go to. So to wrap up, I urge the committee to consider legislation that will bring full transparency of the books, records, meeting minutes, ensure accountability of the board members to take those meeting minutes and those records and make them available, and then create fair community-based paths for dispute resolution. With this, I think the positive community organization could be restored for HOAs. Thank you.
Horvath. Thank you. And do we have your recommendations in writing? Please.
Hello, my name is Dominic Winters of NWOGBC. We just received a member who has an HOA complaint, which give us interest inside this claim. I would like to bring to you guys attention of the Georgia's Consumer Protection Division. When you guys consider doing some type of legislation, I will recommend that you guys open up a specific department that deals with HOA complaints, which can for just to let the people know, all you guys' complaints derive from a contractual agreement, okay? And if there's any issues with a contract, such as injuries that you guys stated that is a breach of contract, and if there's a breach of contract, that means the contract does not exist. So I will recommend to the state to create a department that deals with under the consumer, Georgia Consumer Protection Division that deals with HOA, that investigates the contracts, which is the solution, and investigate any negligence or breach of fiduciary duties to better assist the state with all these issues, so it can be less resources resolved in the courthouse, such as we do the employment opportunity, like, the right to sue and things, and we can let the agency sue on their behalf and things of that nature. I think there'll be a better way for us to manage the data, and also have a better solution with the issues that we've been having with HOA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this will be our last speaker on the HOA and rent control. Are there others who came this morning and been with us that we're neglecting to hear from? Anyone else out there? Okay, good. You're gonna finalize it for us. And I've heard you before, and I appreciate you coming back today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell us your name again.
Nikki Cruz, CRUZ. I am gonna make this quick. Everyone really has done a wonderful job capping on what we are going through. I will say that I actually live in a Landmark as well. I would have stood up with Noreen, but I was at the end of the line, so couldn't connect up with her. A couple of things that we didn't get a chance to mention last time was the abuse that happens in the building with the management. One of our owners actually arm was crushed in the door by the manager. She, again, Airbnb has taken over the building. Our board is comprised of them. The president lives in Johns Creek, and half of them live in Alpharetta and so forth, and she owns over 40 units. So her vested interest is not in actually us, the residents. It's actually, she's invested in that actual property. So that the $2,000 threshold, I think, needs to be thrown out of the window. It's unacceptable. And right now, reading through the laws and the case laws that have taken place, what's unfortunate is that the laws are written for HOAs. It's not written for, there's nothing in place for the homeowners. Code enforcement, code busters, they cannot help us. They're not designed for that. They're designed for renters. And then if the renter is renting from a homeowner, then they can report that homeowner and say you have infractions. At this point, as I said, I'm going to lose my home. That is it. The board actually, a bit ago, had a lawsuit alleging that I did not pay fines, not fines, but my HOAs. For the amount that they alleged meant that I didn't pay my HOAs the entire time I've lived in the Landmark, which has been 10 years. So that's almost $38,000. I got an attorney from Legal Aid who did a very bad job. So we lost. That's where we are. And as I said in the last meeting, if you see me on the street, give me the dollar. You already know my story. Please don't ask me again, because you now know it. So that's where the state of Georgia has failed us. I know 3 times, I'm sorry. So the state of Georgia has failed us. The city has failed us. We spoke to our council person. That person did not care. That's what happened. We went and met, and the person dismissed us and decided that since our emails were not as pleasant and fluffy and hunky-dory and sprinkles and whipped cream, they didn't want to talk to us. So they told us, we're not going to contact you again. That's what happened. They have taken over the building, and most of the people in our building are seniors, and they raise our HOAs 50%. So it's an additional $300. Not only that, they've now are imposing a separate water bill. And the separate water bill, they've evaluated it for the square footage of the units. Now, if I had a toilet, a sink, and I was running water in each of the rooms, in every one of my rooms, my front room, the dining, I could see that. But the reason they're doing that is because they're Airbnb. They've got to wash the clothes, wash the linens. They also have properties over in Peachtree Towers. So the employees are being paid out of our HOAs, and they run between the two buildings. They bring the laundry over from Peachtree Towers. They wash it. We don't have access to our storage spaces anymore. We have nothing. We're paying HOAs, so now we'll be paying $1,208 of HOAs a month. That starts on.
Can I ask you another question, please?
You absolutely may.
On your board, about a year ago, I had a hearing, and people from your condominiums came to it, and cute little blonde-haired ladies with blue eyes. They had been living in that neighborhood their entire life, adult life. So their loved one passed away, and they wanted to downsize and move there. And they were having worse problems then. They said that most of the people on the board were not, did not live there.
That's correct.
And they were sisters and cousins of the chairperson.
That is correct.
That, and that one of them didn't even live in Georgia.
That's correct. So most of the investors, just so you know, in the building, they live in other countries or elsewhere. And this company, Lulu Homes, FHHS is the name, Fly High Sisters is what is the subsidiary, but Fly High Sisters, FHH is the name of their company. And they go under Lulu Homes because their last name is Lulu. And so that's how that works. They manage a lot of the investors or the Airbnb properties, and they use it they call it short term, which is a nice phrase that we get to live on now because now it gives them a little bit more leniency or leeway. The buildings operated like a motel. The elevators don't work. We have maybe one elevator working right now. We have seniors with a fire January 17th. And we had to go bang on doors and they wouldn't come out. They were afraid. No one will speak up against them. So that's basically it. And with this group, if you disagree with the manager and you just say, I don't like the color blue you have on, you will get a $1,500 fine, which has happened. If you have to move, you bought a chair and you bring it up the elevator, you get a $500 fine. So they are, so right now our HOAs, the maximum is $1,253 a month. That's just the HOAs. We have no amenities. The only thing we pay for is electricity, water, and gas within the HOAs that we currently pay. But then again, they're giving us a separate water bill. So in conjunction with that, now you have the increase on the HOAs and then you have a separate water bill.
How much was the increase on, that they gave you this year?
26, it's 50%.
They raised it.
They raised it. They completely raised it.
50%.
That's correct. So the HOAs
Good
technically
news.
26, these are the association fees. But again, even with the fees that we pay now, it doesn't cover anything. We don't have a workout room. The Airbnb manager moved herself into the workout room, reconfigured it. So we don't have a workout room. We don't have access to the laundry. We don't have storage. They have cameras everywhere so they can watch us going up and down. So it has been bad. But as I said, I will be homeless shortly, so it won't matter. So if you see me in the same outfit, I promise I'll be clean. Give me the dollar. Let me go on my way. This has been unacceptable, and there's no one that's managing or enforcing the rules for Airbnb. That's the other concerning matter too. And there are rules on the website, but the website, it's just not enforced. And these people, no one on the board, the main people, they do not live in the building. And part of our bylaws read that you have to be a resident in the building. You have to be a resident because then you can speak to me about what we're experiencing and we can talk about it and figure things out. None of them, they don't live there. So that's what.
I would like to talk to you after this is over or sometime tomorrow. Call me
It would be my pleasure.
because
It would
I
be
have a
my
lot of questions about that. It's two quick questions.
Absolutely.
One quick one.
Sure.
Do you have a covenant?
Yes. Well, the bylaws is all we have. We have nothing
Well,
else.
there's a bylaws and there's a covenant.
I don't think we have a covenant. I already checked for that. Thank you. But no, from my understanding, we strictly have the bylaws and I've read them.
Therein lies one of the problems.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have a covenant and bylaws. 'Cause they're supposed to be registered with the state.
Correct,
every year.
but these people, it doesn't matter with them. So we've had lawsuits and they've not even adhered to what was in place. They've not complied. They've continued what they've done. They still devote 2 cycles in a row.
Okay.
2 cycles in a row. And we have no one to go to and say, can you please help us? And at this point, we are in trouble. They're going to kill us.
And when
That
do
is where
they-
we are.
When do they notify you that a new board for an election?
They
How-
don't.
How soon? Okay.
They usually
they're supposed
don't,
to
or
do
they'll
that
know.
Within a month.
Yeah, they usually
Notice.
don't, but they will let us know probably within a short amount of time. And they'll say, oh, in the next 2 weeks, we're going to have a board meeting. It's things like that. And even if they complied and did the 30 days, they still have stolen the vote. In conjunction with that, the attorneys that we hire through our HOA, we pay them to beat us up. And then we've got to go find another attorney
Right.
to protect us. And so they know we're going to run out of money and that this is a losing battle.
Your dues do pay for those lawyers, but you can't
Right,
use
but
them
the lawyers are
when
supposed
they're
to be on
against.
our side, to work for the
Okay.
entire building and not
Thank you.
strictly Lulu Homes, FHA sisters.
One
Thank you.
more quick question.
Hi.
We got to end this because we need to go to Sapelo. Is it pressing?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I got you.
In comparison to the Airbnb units that are being rented out,
Sure.
how many are there residents that are there?
About 9 of us left
And
out of
what's the
200
price?
units.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And the fire started in their Airbnb office.
Yeah, we saw that. That's the
That's right, in the
same- that's
Airbnb
the
office
same
and the
place.
report, the incident report, as well as in conjunction with the final report that the chief turned in is malarkey. And I'll say it that way.
They don't seem to appear to be interested in protecting their investments, though. I mean, it's kind of.
Do they just want to get us out? If they can get us out, see, what I'm noticing with the city of Atlanta and state of Georgia, they're concerned about the Super Bowl, the World Cup, and all these other events. So as soon as all of these great things come in and they say, look at us, look how fantastic, and look at these new buildings we built, and this is great. All of the people that you pushed out, your homeowners that you pushed out, those people are going home. They're going back to their prospective countries, back to their prospective states. And who's going to be there? And what I said to our city person who shut us down, I just said, you had 200 constituents that would have backed you up, hook, line, and sinker. I said, it's evident of what you're doing now. So it doesn't, state of Georgia, city, nobody seems to care about the homeowners. But when it's time for me to pay my taxes, you can find me. You know exactly where I am, and you will harass me and find me until I pay them. But when things like this happen, this should have been taken care of years ago when Airbnb descended upon this state. It should have been. California filed a lawsuit against Airbnb many years ago when this happened. Overseas, UK, this is where this first started. And they were tearing up people's houses. It's a full documentary. It's fantastic. But California filed a lawsuit because of this. And we should have been aware of this. We should have, as soon as they descended, we should have said, there's a cap. And we did nothing. And now we're all in trouble. And I don't have anybody. My mother died this year, top of this year. My aunt died a few months ago.
Work with you. No, and you can exclude, the state is not helping you when you make the statement the next time, because we are the state legislators from the House and the Senate. And with the other committee, we have bipartisan support with Senator Brass's committee. So between all of us, we're going to try to do something. I hope it will be in time to help you, because we don't convene until January 11th, I believe.
Yeah.
So
I don't think so.
we'll do as much as we can. We need to, that's why I said I want to talk.
Sure.
And we have to end it at.
Yes, I'm going to end it. If there's a committee I can participate on or I can help with, which is what I said to the council person, I will be glad to help, because this is important that all of us, that you really understand it and not make it a complaint moment. It's not that. We do want it to get better, because once I'm long gone, I want to pass it on to my family member and the next person.
Absolutely.
And so it's just critical. So if there's a committee I can join, or, Noreen and I can jump on to, we'll be glad to help. Thank you very much.
I'll be in touch with you
Thank you.
right away. I'm in 121D downstairs if you want to come to my office. So thank you, everyone, for the past year listening to us talk about the escalating price of rent, where people cannot afford to renew a lease because it'll double, triple, and sometimes quadruple for the next year. And that's unacceptable as well. So we've been working on this, and we're going to ask our committee, Senator Merritt, Senator Lucas, you're gonna be with us to sit down and write up the recommendations. We thank you. And at this point, I will turn it over to our chair. We're going to stop our regular meeting and have a hearing on Sapelo Island. And so I'd like to first call on our chairperson of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, which is 74, I think, of the legislators that you elect. So please, at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Donzella James, and to the distinguished members of the Senate Urban Affairs Committee. Let me say that this hearing is very important. Everyone that will be testifying, we're here for you. And we're joining a viable legal committee as members of the House and GLBC, sitting with Urban Affairs. But let me say this to you all. As time has progressed, we in the state of Georgia have not done enough or done anything dealing with those families. To get phone calls from people that are talking about they remember when they went down in the water, the traumatic stress of not being able to sleep, crying from guilt of surviving, members that have they've lost in their family, seeing what has happened, bringing bodies out of the water, seeing the blankets that we saw coming on Sapelo Island that are still on the sidelines, seeing the way that we walked on the dock, and the dock was rocking with one of us at a time. And the disgrace of the state of Georgia to have legislators or anybody walk in the darn dark and have to use their cell phones. The derelict of what we've been doing, we know what we have not been doing. Why have we continued to allow it to go on? And then we have the loss of life, and we have no respect for the urgency. A state of emergency is in Sapelo Island right now. A state of emergency is with the families right now. It's a state of emergency. Having individuals tell me the stories of that they knew about this weeks before, they knew about it months before. We had 2 storms that hit the coast. Why wasn't it checked, examined? And how can you have, here's the biggest testimony is that when we as legislators came on that ferry, we had to sign in. Hear me now. When we got back, we had to sign off. There were individuals that signed on that day, but they didn't get a chance to sign on coming back. That is a violation within itself for them to be on the ferry. How long are we going to do one ferry at this time and one ferry at another? How long are we going to have no medical clinic or anything permanently on it? How long are we going to not have communications? How long are we not going to have a plan of action in case something happens? Why does it take a tragedy and a loss of life and we still are sitting on our posterior? This is pimpadocious stuff for the state of Georgia. And I'm outraged as a person, a human being, to know that we lost some elders. The stories of these individuals and those that survive and those that have to go back and they live on the island and look at that water every time. My Bible tells me prayer without works is dead. The prayer visuals are over. What we gonna do? I say, the last statement I would say, Madam Chair, Mr. Governor, tear down these walls. It's time that we do what we need to do. It is not about trying to hold up or cover up anything. Let's go back and do right by these people that have lost their life and those families that are going through every day. And let's do what is right for Sapelo once and for all. I pray that this hearing is a living testimony to the nation that Sapelo, we will never forget what happened, and we must never allow it to happen again. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony. Who is next? You gave me a list. Thank you for coming, Mr. Al Bartel. Well, I've known you for many years. We worked on a lot of issues together, and we resolved those issues. And I hope today you talking to us, you're next right now. And I hope that we'll be able to be successful in helping all of the citizens that either live on Sapelo or was born and raised over there. So many, they can't live over there now because they don't have just basic water amenities. So we want to move forward. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Al Bartel. I am a
The lawyer.
Gullah Geechee man. I am at 68 years old and a Vietnam era veteran. I am the oldest living son, grandson, great-grandson, great-great-grandson, and great-great-great-grandson of the Gullah Geechee community of Eastern South Carolina. And I live here in Georgia now. Additionally, I am the chairman of the World Human Rights Network and the Public Policy Management Advisor for the Community Improvement District Working Group of Sapelo Island. Madam Chair, your iconic communication of 10 years ago on Sapelo Island is the catalyst for this working group. Continuously, under your leadership as a state senator and State Representative Bazemore follow up as a state representative, the Community Improvement District Working Group has been able to make recommendation, and in the words of the chairman of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, have fallen on deaf ears. So we're here to clearly communicate that we must have a public policy management strategy in place. All over the state of Georgia, community improvement districts have been used as a public policy management strategy. Chairman of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus just laid out what's missing, what's happening, why has that not happened on Sapelo Island. Our hearts are culturally inconsolable. Our hearts cannot grapple and grab with the unconscious and unrecognizable to be related to grief of an indigenous population. And so the chairman of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus has said, faith without works is null and void, and it's time for some action. It is time for a community improvement district on Sapelo Island. There is no better reference point to communicate that than the Georgia State Senate Committee on Urban Affairs. In the words of the chairman of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, let this hearing stand as a clarion call for all of us to have a public policy management strategy in place such that we can plan, collect data, and communicate data. We can develop communication assessments. We can evaluate public policy management strategies. We can analyze public stakeholder engagement. The heritage of Sapelo Island is ready, but we must have a public policy management strategy in place. This state is known for creating, designing, and implementing state-of-the-art community improvement districts. And so with all respect to time, I'm willing to take any questions, Madam Chair, or elaborate on the opportunity to plan, develop, evaluate, and analyze a community improvement district for the future of the heritage of Sapelo Island, those of us who are people called Gullah Geechee, and a cornerstone of the future in the Southeast region of America and the United States of America. With that, Madam Chair, I now yield the floor for questions.
Do we have any questions? Senator Lucas, and then on the end down here, our leader from the House. And I'll come back.
Sapelo is located in McIntosh County. Right?
McIntosh County.
The county government, have y'all been to them about improvement district?
We have, communicated as such, at least 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the county's response?
They blame the state of Georgia. They say they can only get a commitment from the state of Georgia to have a community improvement district, and that their hands are tied by the state of Georgia.
It's in the county.
It is in the county. The county could communicate immediately the requests from the 6 commissioners and the county manager to immediately establish with the state representative and the state senator of that district's alignment that a community improvement district could be established immediately by the state of Georgia and signed by the governor. If that communication could come from McIntosh County.
So you saying the representative and the senator from that area did not make a request to the state?
Currently, they have not made a request to the state for a community improvement district for Sapelo Island.
And y'all still vote sentiments?
They still get voted in by McIntosh County.
Could you tell us who they are?
The state representative is State Representative DeLoach. And the state senator is State Senator Mike Hodgins.
When we were there 10 years ago, we did make a difference though,
We did.
because we helped them to win a suit. But it was so much more that we were trying to get. And thank goodness we did have a person from the GOP party that was a senator back then. And Ligon.
Senator Ligon.
And we would think he would never talk to us, but he went there.
He did.
And all of us who stayed there 1 or 2 nights, that's all we need to bring the the ones who are saying no,
That's correct.
to go over there and try to just spend 1 or 2 nights. And they will see all the needs they were asking for are minimal according to what they really and truly need, what
Absolutely.
we're asking for.
Absolutely.
And yes, Senator Merritt.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you basically, I would say Sapelo basically has no representation because the 2 senators that represent you are Republicans. They have participated along with the governor with legislation, and this is how I got on you guys' radar because I
Yeah.
served on DNR.
Yes, you did.
They participated in a bill, HB 30.
They did.
That was in 2023.
Correct.
Unfortunately, it made it to the Senate, and it was to change what was defined as a resident,
Correct.
to strike out a resident being an original descendant of the
Correct.
enslaved people.
Absolutely.
I'm only saying that to say that the state is participating in and coordinating, in my opinion, with McIntosh County. There is a very complicated relationship between all of them,
It is.
with the end result is to take the last 10, 20% of the land that you guys have away from you.
Absolutely.
I want to ensure that that piece of information gets out, and also to ensure that we in this legislative body are not participating in anything that the governor is doing that would have impact on the Sapelo Island people without their permission. Because unfortunately, HB 30
Right.
made it through,
Correct.
and then we had to amend it on the Senate floor.
Did.
Went back,
Right.
it did die.
Right.
But we didn't even know it was a problem
Correct.
until Jazz Watts came here to talk to us in the Senate.
Correct.
And then we realized that none of you authorized that bill. None of you.
Exactly. The look on your
Buddy
face.
DeLoach and Mike Hodges were doing it at the governor's.
Absolutely. The look on your face, Madam Senator, was a cherished look of surprise and upset and gall for all of us who were clear about how we've been excluded, disregarded in the state of Georgia.
If I may, Madam Chair. So this is really a culmination, and I guess when it came on my radar about what DNR is and is not supposed to be supplying for the residents on that island.
Correct.
They are to supply you ferries. They are in charge of the ferries. They are in charge of the dock that
They
we're
are.
talking about.
They are.
They are in charge of giving you water, make sure that water is clean, and there's some question about that as well.
That's
So there are specific things that the state is in charge of on those private lands that I feel like, and this is what we're gonna talk about, DNR 's neglect
Correct.
that led up to this tragedy.
Absolutely.
And it has been an ongoing, decade-long fight politically with the state, with the county, with Stapleau Island, this decade-long conflict, all for the reason to take that land away from the original descendants. Is that not correct?
The decade-long conflict puts on record neglect since before the Civil War. This decade-long conflict has now put it on record. That's why it is fitting that an accountability call, a community improvement district, can be communicated from a state Senate committee called State Senate Committee on Urban Affairs.
And I'm only bringing this out, everyone, because I want you to know this didn't just happen yesterday. This has been a history of neglect and choking out the citizens there, so they can get for the explicit reason of taking that land. McIntosh County has changed the zoning so they could push the residents out, so they can no longer afford the taxes on their homes. That happened just last year. So I'm just trying to build context for why we're here and what we're doing and why this is so important to get the facts out today. That has led to, and the facts will probably show it, some neglect by the state, possibly, that led to this tragedy that could have been prevented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So, any other questions? Pressing, question, because we have about 14 other folk. The lawyers are gonna come next and talk to us. Go ahead. Oh, you, Lydia and you, okay, go ahead. Okay, let's just, go ahead. Representative Glaze.
Again, I just want to give my sincere condolences to the families that are survivors and the families who have lost loved ones. I want to just ask a couple of questions and hopefully put this out. What is the definition of indigenous? So indigenous is originating and occurring naturally in a particular place, native to, inhabiting or existing land from the earliest time. Would we not say that the Gullah Geechee are indigenous to Sapelo and 6 other islands, as we know? Is that not true?
Indigenous to the land,
the
indigenous
land.
to the culture, indigenous to the state, and indigenous to the future.
And so just to say a couple of things, I don't know, this is my first time in this hearing. When there is indigenous lands and indigenous people, we have a whole set of federal laws that come in, are clearly what has been used for Native Americans to give them their lands, give them government, and authority to rule over themselves.
Absolutely.
Have we also ventured to utilize the same laws in respect of the Sapelo Islanders and their?
As members of the Georgia State House, Georgia State Senate, in particular, the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus have witnessed those requests falling on deaf ears and not being interacted by the greater legislative body of this state and the governor.
Is it not true then that the federal government has the authority and the body of law that would supersede the state? At least they would be in a
Not only does the
legal battle about it. So is there opportunity for your group, for us to look forward to going to our 2 state senators?
not only does the federal government has the authority, they are mandated by the entire Constitution. As the chairman of the Legislative Black Caucus said at the hearing, this is not just Sapelo. This is not just Georgia. This is the entire culture of America. That
Yeah.
The Constitution deserves to be recognized and protected by the federal government.
Would you be so inclined to go into respects so that there is a state strategy, but they're now to join into a federal strategy to get indigenous lands on a
Not only would I be,
federal.
not only would I be inclined, I would be called by the leadership of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus to do that with all deliberate speed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, how many others pressing?
Comment at my colleague Senator may just mention about that zoning hearing that happened in McIntosh County last year. And I remember I was there. I was the only legislator from Atlanta. I drove over there to see when I found out this going on, see what's going, At that particular hearing, I heard probably it was hundreds of people. I mean, this was packed. I did not see one single folks, just for the record, I did not see one single folks spoke in support of the zoning, what they're trying to do. Everybody spoke, the white, black, I mean, all of them, I mean, people from all around the area. And they passed. They're not, I mean, everybody put against it. And I told the McIntosh, county folks that time that I know what you're trying to do. I'm here to let you know, state is watching, we're watching, and we're still watching. And I think that's something that I'll ask the chairman of the Black Legislature, Georgia legislature to caucuses to come up with some kind of policy, whatever it is. We need really federal intervention, maybe Department of Justice, Civil Rights Divisions, or whatever it is. We need to do something about it. Otherwise, these things are going to be, nobody, McIntosh County is not going to do it. Some of the legislators in that area are probably not going to do it. And we can do it probably ourselves because we probably don't have the vote to pass anything. So we need somebody above us or something that we're going to do whatever you can. We're not going to stop. If we stop, one of the reasons we're not going to stop, otherwise, I represent Gwinnett. I didn't need to go to McIntosh County to listen to the hearing, but I did go because I care. I care for the people, the minority, for people like us, because this is what's going on in Sapelo Island. It's not right. I've been there. I've been there before. I visited there. So we got to do something, and we're going to do something. We're going to do something.
Very well.
We thank you. We are going to do something.
Great. Thank you.
And we hope that we can pass it so it can help.
Very good.
Okay, but Mr. Bartell, thank you very much for your testimony this morning, your recommendations. Do we have them in writing?
You can get them in writing. I will make sure that you get the entire concept in writing. Currently, what you have is the narrative.
I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to hear from our lawyers, but our leader is here, Leader Beverly. And can you address us and then we will go back to, because there are some residents that are on the Zoom, but they're being represented by the four attorneys that I see here. So go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And to my dear brother, Chairman of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, thank you, brother. To the members of the committee, good to see y'all. Every last one of you, and thank y'all for being here. Many in the room already know this, but this is my last term as leader. I am going to hit the next sector. And this will not be my last act as it relates to Sapelo, but it may be an opening salvo where I get involved in a way in which I can speak truth to power for real. So to my brother and to the people of Sapelo, we as a collective body mourn your loss. We are profoundly and deeply harmed by your loss because you are us and we are you. To the degree that there are solutions, one of the things I'd like to recognize and posit to this conversation is that a community improvement district relies upon the property taxes of local owners of businesses. The money that you will get from that is not enough because it's local, it's property owners and it's businesses that agree to be additionally taxed so that you can do improvements. So that is one thing. But the way in which we can approach this is there are federal grants from community block development grants, state grants, philanthropy, and so forth. There's a whole list of things that need to be brought to bear on the conditions of the people in Sapelo. And so I don't want this committee or us to get top heavy on community improvement districts because the money won't be enough to address historic ills. It just ain't there. And if the county of McIntosh is not going to do what they do, because they're saying, well, it's the state, and the state's saying it's that, right? And nobody's taking responsibility, accountability for the conditions of our people, then we have to have a federal intervention. To the degree that we have to have a federal intervention, dear Sister Viola Davis and Kim Schofield and Sandra Scott and a whole host of other folk have already petitioned. We have from Georgia's House Caucus, we have a document that we're going to send out today to have every member of the Georgia House Democratic Caucus sign off on federal intervention for what just happened. And so that will be something that will be sent out today. We will also pass it over to the Senate and ask that you guys would join. And we were going to make an appeal to our dear brother Warnock and Ossoff and everybody else who will listen in DC. Now's the time to act. So, brother, we with you. I love you, and we're with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Luder. Thank you. We did contact the congresspersons and both of our senators, U.S. senators. And Warren could not be here today because he was very busy, but Ossoff said he is definitely with us. So, and you know that Warnock grew up in Savannah, and he had firsthand knowledge because Savannah and Brunswick are the two cities that most of the island folk have to come over here and stay with if they have to spend the night or if their child goes to school. So yes, and thank you. I did not realize that you were talking about the what is it, CID?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll talk about it more. Thank you.
Sure. One quick connector. Senator Warnock could not be here today, but his office did say if we came to that conclusion to file that request, that he would receive it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. And Senator Representative Schofield, we pull up a chair over here. Thank you. Our next speakers will be Attorney Ched Mance, Attorney Davis, and Attorney Jackson. And they'll be representing Ben Crump as well. So.
Do we go in a respective order, Madam Chairman? Chairwoman?
Why don't you sit right here, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it enough seats? We'll get you one. Here, no, one right here, two over here that we can push out. One more. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And for the record, please state your name. And if you want to, the people who you represent. I know that a couple of them are on the line. And I think the lady, the picture right there, I think she's the only African-American that's on the McIntosh County Commission. So as soon as you're all finished, we will, please, ma'am, please don't hang up, Commissioner, because you'll be after them. Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Ladies first.
Okay.
Should I push the?
Wait a minute. All through.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman James. My name is Natalie Jackson. I'm the co-director of litigation for Ben Crump Law.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Maoli Davis. I'm the founding partner and trial partner for Davis Bozeman Johnson Law.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. I'm Chadrick Mance, and I'm the founder of the Mance Law Firm.
Thank you. Well, I wanted you to give us a full testimony. Who wants to start?
I'm used to being in court. I said,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
You're promoting me. Huh?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
I want to say we have the honor of representing many of the survivors and families of the horrific Sapelo Island gangway collapse. We have some of our clients on waiting to testify today. We have Miss Regina Brunson, who was in the water with her uncle, who unfortunately died during the incident. You'll hear her story today. We also have Miss Yvonne Brockington, who was the event organizer for the Jacksonville senior citizens who went to tour Sapelo Island. I stand here today not as a part of the legal team, but also as an advocate. We need resources for these people. There has not been resources made available. Let me be clear, this was a preventable disaster that should have never happened. The victims trusted the structure that they paid to use. They actually paid money to use this gangway, to use the ferry, and they trusted it to keep them safe, and it did not. The tragedy didn't happen in some sort of shadow. It happened here in Georgia. It happened to Georgians, and it happened to their invited guests who came to visit that island. And yet, since that incident has happened, these victims have not been, they've been left alone to bear the full weight of everything, all the tragedy, all the medical expenses, all the funeral expenses that has been bestowed upon them. These people, they trusted that this island would be safe and that their lives would be valued and their well-being would be valued by the Georgia Department of Natural Resources and the state of Georgia. Instead, they've been met with silence, inaction, and a complete absence of immediate support. We've had people who called us and asked us, could they get a loan for the funeral? So our question is,
so what did you answer?
with the loan?
No, about the funeral.
So I know Attorney Crump has been working with many of his resources to get private donors to pay for the funerals and to help pay for the funerals. But that's unacceptable, that we have to call on private donors. We have to call on people to volunteer grief counselors. That's unacceptable. There should be resources made available to these people.
Especially since they, it was the equipment of the state of Georgia that they were standing on that should have already been inspected.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where it collapsed and
Yes,
they
ma'am.
lost their lives.
Yes, ma'am. And I think that is really what you're going to hear from Ms. Brockington, who I don't know if she's still in the hospital. Last time I talked to her yesterday, she was in the hospital still. And she's worried about being able to go to a rehab and being able to pay for the rehab to get her abilities in her legs back. So you'll hear from her today. She's going to talk about that. These are injuries that won't just heal with time. The survivors are grandparents. We went to a church where there were children who saw this. They saw dead people, dead bodies being pulled out of the water. You had people who were bystanders that helped, that got into the water and helped and tried to help. They are traumatized by this too. They may not have a legal cause of action, but they also need resources. It's very important. The financial and the emotional toll on these people right now is unbearable and it's undue. They shouldn't have to face that. Once again, these people, they need counseling, medical care, financial support, and the reassurance that no one else will have to go through this. Exactly. I know that Mr. Crump asked me to make sure to emphasize that we are calling on a federal investigation. It's very important to find out exactly what happened. If there needs to be a criminal investigation into this case, it is very important that people are held accountable because we lost beautiful people who were active senior citizens, and I'm sure Ms. Brockington will talk about this, the senior group that she put together that go on tours and travel to learn about the historical nature of Black America and how one of our oldest people that we lost was Miss Carlotta McIntosh. She was 93 years old. Miss McIntosh, she was 93 years old, and I personally know her. I saw her dancing at my friend's birthday party last year. So she didn't die of old age. She died because of the negligence of others. And that's the tragedy of this situation. So we would call on you, and thank you very much for putting this together, and the caucus for putting this together. And we would call on you to help these people get immediate resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Natalie.
Yes, sir.
Has the state that you are aware of provided any type of counseling of the state resources?
We have not. We've talked to our clients. Our clients have not been contacted by anyone offering state resources. What we've had is volunteers in our community, which is what we always have. Volunteers in our community who are willing to come together and help people and come together and be a community. However, this is not their accident.
Okay.
And these people should not have to volunteer their free time. That when we have resources that can pay paid grief counselors.
Okay, and that's interesting because I also serve on the Natural Resources and Environment Committee. I asked Commissioner Rayburn for a briefing first. Can you give us and this committee an idea of what has happened? What do you know so far? The response I didn't get a response from Commissioner Rayburn. I got a response from the chairman of Natural Resources, which is Anderson Lee. His response to me was, we're not doing a briefing because the investigation is ongoing. Okay. The next email I sent was, well, are we providing mental health supports to the survivors at least? Everybody on the committee, I put everybody on there. I got a response from Commissioner Rayburn a day later saying that the state was providing counseling, and it was supposed to be provided this weekend, this past weekend, the 25th. And I'm a little astonished that that was what I was told. And what you're telling me is you and your clients know nothing about that. Now, I did share that email with Jazz Watts, and Jazz Watts did say there is some counseling going on, and I don't know if that's the volunteers we're talking about. And Mr. Hall, who is also on the call, I did forward that over to let them know that the commissioner is saying those resources are available. But what you're telling us today is the state has not provided those resources. It's been volunteers.
Community volunteers, as far as we know. Now, you can hear from our clients directly. We did talk to them. There has been no outreach about anything, and I would think that if there were community resources, there would be a way to publicize those resources. And I have not seen any publication. I don't think any of my clients have.
Fascinating. And I'm just telling you what the commissioner wrote
Yeah.
back to me. So I have the email. I can show it to you. I know you guys are representing clients. We're happy to share that with you.
Yeah.
My other question is, has the state agreed to help with any type of funeral arrangements, or I don't even need to ask this question, are they taking responsibility, but anything as far as funeral arrangements or rehabilitation on behalf of the state?
Once again, the clients that we have spoken to, they have not had anybody contact them. And as far as we know, there's been no public service announcements about resources or any of that.
From no state. Thank you. Thank you, Natalie.
Question.
Yes.
Have y'all asked the state, y'all representing clients, have y'all asked the state to do anything?
Yes, in fact, we have a liaison that is talking to the state representatives and who has actually set up interviews with our clients with the Department of Natural Resources. So that is ongoing today, tomorrow, and we have talked to them about resources for our clients.
And what are they saying?
I haven't gotten an answer back yet. That was today.
Shit.
Madam Chair, let me just for the record, Attorney Jackson, once again, I think it is derelict and disrespectful that we have taken this long to even do that part. They should have already had counseling, not waiting to exhale.
Yeah.
It is disrespectful that we're just hearing about this now that they have not given counseling. And they're going through the investigative process, but they're not doing anything to accommodate those families. When you lose a loved one day one, that is a tragedy. Within 24 hours, somebody should come to the rescue to say, I'm here, what can I do? How long has this been? Since
12 days.
If I could, again, Mawali Davis, just to echo what my friend and colleague has lifted up, just to give some context. When the survivors were brought over to the mainland, they were brought to a location. At that location, their names and contact information was collected. It was pretty disorganized, but they were collected. We are aware that DNR has reached out for those interviews, but not to offer resources. So I want to be clear. They have the contact information and they're reaching out to investigate to get whatever information they want to get. But what they have not done with that same information is to offer up the services. And so I wanted to level set so we understand it's not a lack of, they know how to reach the people and they've decided to reach the people for what they want versus offering up what the people need. And so that speaks to a lack of humanity, concern, and compassion. And unfortunately, for those who were visiting from out of the state, it reflects on us as Georgians across the board. So it's in our name that they have failed the survivors. I have with me, and at the appropriate time, Miss Icy White is here sitting behind me. Her family, and I know some of her family members are on virtually, took this family trip. And she was, a lot of the video that you've seen through the Associated Press, that's video that she took at the time, and she wanted to come here. They contacted her, tell me your story, but they did not offer her and her family members who are suffering because of the trauma of this, any mental health support. We lift up mental health as, we want to remove the stigma in our community around mental health. And when something like this happens, our folks are not offered the opportunity for mental health. The second piece that I would, again, encourage whatever power that this body has to encourage, to force, is that they not attempt to force their mental health practitioners on our community, but instead agree to provide the financial resources so that our people can pick who they're comfortable with. Any and all of us who have mental health support, counseling coaches, therapists, whatever you want to call them, you want to pick who you're comfortable with so that you can work through it and not say, well, here's the person from the state, you take them. That's not going to be helpful. So I wanted to lift those things up. And the last thing, and I know Attorney Mance can talk about the clients that we are collectively working to represent, is that we are also here, our firm, and for my personal context, I started my first trip to Sapelo when I was a law student at Georgia State College of Law, working as a graduate research assistant in the African American Studies Department under Dr. Akinyela Amoja. So I would go as a part of that African American Studies work in the department, and all of the students, so many of us over all of those years have been impacted by going to Sapelo, by sitting with Miss Bailey, by being a part of the culture. And so we're here on a broader sense, in addition to representing the individuals, we're also here based in Georgia to make sure that we're a resource for our elected officials on how we can offer up our time, our support to try to figure out what we can do in another capacity. So I just want to make sure that our dual advocacy is clear. Obviously, we have individuals, but we also want to work with you all to make sure that the folks are held accountable, whether that's criminal. And I join Brother Crump and Sister Natalie and all of us in saying there must be a federal investigation. We just have seen this too many times where the perpetrator attempts to investigate themselves. For so long, we did this same fight in Georgia around police accountability, where the police who perpetrated the violence against a community member were also the ones who were going to investigate. That make no sense. And it doesn't make any sense today that we would say the people who are responsible for maintaining the safety are now going to be the ones who do the investigation. Please, let's not go back down that path. So thank you all. And again, thank you all for convening us.
So are you saying that we also, we need a federal investigation? And then what about a state investigation? Yes.
GBI, we would ask that it would be investigated by both, but that it not just the people who are contacting. Just think of this for a second. You know that your family and what you went through was a result, at least in part, by people who are responsible for maintaining this dock, right? This gangway,
I see.
DNR. You get a phone call from the very people saying, now let me interview you. I mean, we know that. I mean, just think about how we move in community. That's not acceptable. We're not. And so people are like, I don't think I'm going to talk to you all. How effective can this investigation be? And I know that you're the ones who were assigned, who had the responsibility, who had the resources to maintain something that we know ultimately failed. And so that's the issue. And that's what we're lifting up. That's what we're asking for.
So we need an independent,
Independent state
investigation.
as well as federal investigation.
Mhm. Thank you. Go ahead. We haven't heard from our third person, but go ahead.
Well,
Senator.
I want to ask you about the mental health. I mean, we've got folks who work for the state that do that. Are you saying y'all need to interview? If we send the folks down there, y'all got to interview the mental health folks that's coming down there?
No, that's not what I'm saying, Senator. What I'm saying is that resources should be offered up for the impacted to be able to choose their own mental health provider versus having a mental health provider that they have no relationship, no cultural connection to be placed
In other
upon
words,
them.
do y'all have a group of folks that you're using that's providing mental health to them right now?
We have mental health providers that we deal with tragedies all the time, so we have a catalog of mental health providers that we refer to our clients all the time because we
In other words,
know they're
what-
culturally competent.
What you're saying, they need to be paid.
Absolutely,
That's-
absolutely.
yeah.
Back to the investigation. So to your knowledge, has any of your clients been interviewed by GBI? I get that I don't know why DNR is interviewing anyone. Has GBI been dispatched and have they contacted anyone that you are aware of?
None of ours, none.
Contacting our investigator Lisa Parks right now and trying to get that answer because I was under the assumption that it was GBI and DNR that were doing the investigation.
And that was my understanding. That was my understanding from the meeting, this is from the media, that the GBI was supposed to be investigating. So I do find it astonishing that we're 2 weeks in and no one has been interviewed by GBI.
None of our clients either.
Wow.
I do think that they tried to set up interviews. We are setting up the
Okay.
interviews. So with that being said, many of our clients, I think someone called them. I'm not exactly sure if it was GBI or DNR, but we have taken upon ourselves to set up the interviews for our clients. Many of our clients were in the midst of funeral arrangements, medical care. They weren't ready
That's
yet.
fair.
So they wanted to set up a interview at a certain time, and I believe they start next week.
And I think it's early. The tragedy hit,
For the
I-
record, say your name.
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
terrible woman, Chadrick Mance,
Mhm.
the Mance Law Firm. The tragedy happened less than 2 weeks ago,
Which one?
or right at 2 weeks ago, and it's still early. The immediate, yes, sir. The immediacy of it, though, is that there is mental health that will make the living jealous of the dead. And mental health is already an issue in the African American community and diaspora. And this is the worst mental health case that I have ever seen in all of my years of practicing with injured victims. Nightmares, PTSD, recurring episodes of trauma, grown men who are man's men crying, people with no relief. We've talked about the Sapelo 7. But what about the Sapelo people that are still grieving? What about the people who have open wounds of a history of neglect and disenfranchisement? What about the people who go to their local government and local government has told them you are effectively a lone wolf on an island that is tantamount to Cuba in America? Resources that are outdated, infrastructure that is outdated, all for an economic plan to take over and disenfranchise the island that didn't begin a decade ago. It began after Reconstruction.
That's right.
Indigenous people that sought independence and sought the American dream found the American nightmare. And the litigation you read about and you helped with is just a small picture of what has gone on in Sapelo Island. It is only the will of the people that has persisted. And so this tragedy was waiting to happen. And the gangway, think about it this way. It is like the only road in and the only road out. And imagine the only road into Atlanta, the only road out of Atlanta collapsing. It wasn't a dock that collapsed. It was a way of life that collapsed. It was a public ingress and egress that collapsed. It was a way to commerce that collapsed. It was a way to culture that collapsed. And it collapsed on the biggest economic event, not for Sapelo Island, but for Darien, Georgia.
Wow.
700 people. 700 people from all over. We're focused on the indigenous people, but what about the people from Jacksonville that came? The people from Atlanta that came? The people from Savannah that came? This is something that gives this committee the opportunity to help an island that has been economically strangled and culturally deprived and languishing since Reconstruction. Sapelo is not Sapelo. Sapelo is deeply entrenched to the American narrative and to every Black person's culture. And if we don't do something about it, then it won't be the Sapelo 7. It'll be the Sapelo 700.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. I know, please don't leave yet because some of your people are online and I don't know which one. I have everybody's name that's online, but I don't know which one you're representing. First with you.
Ms. Gina Brunson and Ms. Javon Brockington.
Can you put them on? Okay. We're pulling them up now. Thank you. What, you have any?
Icy White here.
Okay, I thought that we
She's here
had
in
brought her a
person.
chair up.
She's here in person, and then we have other family members
Mm-hmm.
who are.
There's one right there. Bring it up. No, it's enough. It's enough. Nice. Y'all on Zoom too.
Your Honor, if you
We
could-
recording this. You, everything that everybody's saying. Go ahead.
Chairwoman Will, if you would allow us to have Miss Regina Princeton first.
Correct.
She's-
That's good.
Thank you.
Since she's here in person. Go, she's up there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me ask, what is the, lady that's online, that's the commissioner or city council person? I met her down there. Mhm. But yes, Miss Benson is the one that was in the water
Yes.
and trying to hold on to her uncle in his hand. She let it go and he died.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. We're gonna put her on first. Is she on? Excuse me? We were streaming this, but we also, could not put streaming and the Zoom on at the same time somehow. So we're, bringing her on right now. Thank you, Senator.
We,
Okay, while we're waiting,
we also, if it's possible, Madam Chairwoman, one of the family members, Mr. Jenkins, who has who is on, if he could go, because he does have a mental health appointment that he's arranged for himself. If he could go, okay, well, I guess after her.
okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us today. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Regina Brinson, represented by Attorney Ben Crump. I am a resident of Jacksonville, Florida, and I was one of the victims of the Sapelo Island gangway. That when the gangway collapsed. That day, I was there with my family, including my mom, Katrina Alexander, my uncle, Isaiah Thomas, and a few cousins was there as well. When I went back to assist Miss McIntosh because she needed some assistance, I asked my uncle to help me with her. So he came back off the gangway to assist me with Mrs. McIntosh. When we got in the center of that gangway, all I can say is I heard a crack. And when I heard a crack, all of a sudden, it's like the ground just pulled from under me, and I was holding on to Mrs. McIntosh's walker, and all of a sudden, the crack came across my feet, and her walker said, like, zoom in the water, like somebody was just diving in the water. And then all of us fell in the water, but some of us got swept up by the currents. And I was one of those persons that got swept up by the currents immediately, where it pushed us out further into the water. Initially, I felt like I was alone when I was out there. And then I looked to my left and I realized, I saw my uncle, and I said, Uncle Bubba, which is Isaiah Thomas, I said, grab my hand. And he grabbed my hand, not knowing that he was going to grab my shirt as well. And when he grabbed my shirt, he kept pulling me and pulling me under the water. I was struggling to breathe. And I was saying to myself, oh my God, I am going to die today. I am going to die today. And then it's like the Spirit told me, you're going to have to release your uncle. You're going to have to release your uncle to live. So that's what I did. I listened to what the Spirit told me, and I released him. And when I surfaced back up to the top of the water, I saw his face. And I was like, oh my God, what did I do? What did I do? In my mind, I just released my uncle. What did I do? I was devastated. I was devastated because I saw his face, and that face has impacted me severely since that incident happened. Then I felt like I was alone in the water. I wasn't really around anyone. Pretty much the other ones, probably about the 7 that passed, they had already passed me by. And so I said to myself, I got to get to this land. Somehow I got to get over to this land. And at the end of the day, I don't know how to swim. I mean, at all. I mean, I took swimming lessons when I was about 12, but really I never utilized any of my swimming skills when I was young. So I said to myself, I said, Regina, you're going to have to try to keep your head above water. And you just move your arms and your legs till you try to make it to land. And that's what I did. It seemed like it took me forever to get to land. But when I got to land, I collapsed. I collapsed. I was so exhausted trying to get to land, I collapsed. And someone came over and they just took I remember just taking both of my arms and just pulling me up on the shelves. And they just left me there for a little while they were just trying to go, I guess, to, help others that was out there. So I was laying on these shelves, and then all of a sudden, someone came by. She said she was on the dock, and she says, I got to turn you over on your side. And she turned me over on my side and started beating me. And I started bringing up all of this like brown water, all of this mucus and stuff that I inhaled from being in that water for a very long time. And once she did that, they were trying to cover me up because I was extremely cold, breathless. Basically, I could hardly mumble any words because I was exhausted. I was very exhausted. Laying there, hearing people run back and forth saying, he's dead, she's dead, he's dead. All of this occurred before rescue even arrived. Because once rescue arrived, they came in by speedboats and helicopters. And I remember them coming over to get me. They had to carry me to the speedboat to get in the speedboat to take me to land so they could put me in a rescue. I couldn't even walk. I had no energy to walk, even to the rescue. They had to bring a wheelchair to put me in a wheelchair to get me to rescue and then on to the hospital. So what I experienced, of course, have left scars, nightmares. I could be sitting and all of a sudden I'll see my uncle's face. Not only that, my mom and her best friend, which was 96 years old, had just made it to the ferry. So in my mind, I'm envisioning what if they didn't make it to the ferry and they went into the water as well. So all of this is just going through my mind day in and day out, not being able to sleep, not being able to eat, not being able to focus from time to time. It's just been, it's very hard and difficult. This is something that I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and I'm going to be scarred for the rest of my life for what I experienced at an island that I went to for a festival. So I'm asking today for help, not just for myself, but for everyone that was affected by this tragedy. We need mental health. help, support, financial support, resources to ensure that the survivors and their families have what they need to start recovering. And I hope that these steps will be taken to prevent anyone else, from going through what we have suffered. Thank you.
Well, so very sorry about your loss and about the fact that are you still in the hospital? I know you were yesterday.
No, not me. I got discharged.
Washington.
Okay.
Yes, now I got
And
discharged.
are there any quick questions? Because we have about 5 other people to put in. Any questions? Yes, please. Senator Merritt.
Thank you, Regina. And you have my deepest condolences and sympathies for the death of your uncle. And
Thank you.
my heart goes out to you for the trauma that you're experiencing. It's really heartbreaking. And I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm going to pray for your healing
Thank
mentally,
you. Thank you.
physically. My question is, just going back, if you can remember before the gangway broke.
Okay.
And you have participated in this event before?
No, this was my very first time.
Okay, it was your first time. So you may or may not be able to answer it for you, and maybe some of our other listeners that are on can answer. But I would like to know the DNR presence that was there that day versus the DNR presence that has been there previously. And what I'm getting at is they are in charge of that gangway. And anytime you have, I would think, an event of that magnitude, that DNR would be available for safety for any type of rescue and to be responsive. And what I'm hearing is once that gangway broke, there was no one to save anybody. And it should have been, just my opinion, if the state's in charge of the boats and the ferries and the gangway, there should have been ample employees or those from DNR present to help with the rescue and jumping in that water and ensuring we had proper safety devices and all of that. And you probably can't answer that, Regina, and I'll default to some of
Right. I can't answer that particular question, but that's the first thing that crossed my mind when this situation happened. And it also crossed my mind because I'm beating myself up because I said, if I knew how to swim, maybe I could have saved some other lives. So of course, all of that is crossing my mind on a daily basis, day in and day out. So it's a struggle that people did lose their lives and it was no one there to help them. Absolutely no one there to help them.
You're finished. So your uncle whose hand that you were holding and then you turned her loose, he's one of the victims?
Yes. Isaiah Thomas.
He did pass.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Ken, I'm so sorry for your loss. We're gonna move on. And if you stay on, we might call you back to ask you another question.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
I know it's hard because I've been visiting Sapelo for a long time, and this was the first annual heritage that I missed.
Yes.
I've been taking people down there with me, and last year I took about 10 little kids, with me. So,
and if I could say this real quick,
I could
say this real quick, not only that, what we experienced, but my mom was devastated. She was devastated because she didn't know for hours about her daughter that she was screaming for, and her brother and her friend, which I had Mrs. McIntosh on the walker. So she was absolutely devastated for hours before she even knew I was alive. And we didn't find out about my uncle till at least I didn't find out about my uncle. I was still in the hospital at least until about 10 p.m. that night. And Mrs. McIntosh.
So the other people who did go and attend did not get any help either? Any offer to help with the stress and the mental?
No.
Oh, okay. Is it too late if we work hard to get some, is it FEMA? I have to ask, our expert. That FEMA would not, that's not considered a, oh.
It is not considered a FEMA incident.
Mhm.
However, remember, GEMA is the state
Yes.
affiliate
Yes.
of what should have kicked in or should be kicking in. It is a Georgia catastrophe.
Yes.
It happened with equipment that is under the guise of the state. So I would think that there should be, that same letter should go to GEMA in the request for resources.
Okay. I thank you. What about, I know that at one time, long time ago, you worked for United Way. So I know it's a lot of programs there. Is it anything that you can offer, us as
Yes.
a
So
body
the
to do?
United Way of Chatham County,
Uh-huh.
I think that there is a letter that we can send to them and ask for specific resources. So I think in the space of the attorneys actually gathering a list, we can actually go, and we've got our chairman where we could actually go in and sit and probably meet with the CEO there. And I would venture to say, we could possibly go into the Atlanta office, the CEO, and ask for resources to go forward to that particular Chatham County United Way, so that
Chatham, McIntosh.
they don't have a United, they don't have one. That's why I'm saying
The closest
Chatham,
one.
that's where
It's
that's the
them.
nearest one. And so we can ask for resources to go forward from here to there, if they're available. So I think that's a good next step too, as well, with the letter.
Thank you very much for that advice, and we will use it. I'll work with you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam
Yes, we have another person online.
Yes, we have Mr. Jenkins, and the only reason I
Yes.
was asking if he could go is that he is attempting to deal with his mental health. but
Right,
I
right.
think he could shed some light on what Senator Merritt raised about who was available and what was happening on the ground at the time.
Mr.
Because-
Darrell Jenkins?
Jenkins, yes.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you for having me under this unfortunate situation. I just want to be brief as I possibly can, but yet detail. When we first got there, and in fact, I did not want to go to Sapelo. I didn't. But my family was going, so I said, in support, I'm gonna go. I live in Maryland. In the midst of us going, when we got to the Welcome Center, one of the things I noticed that was not right, I said, we got people getting on ferries. They have people getting on ferries, and then in the midst of people getting on ferries, there appears to be, they should be doing some form of a manifest. The manifest is basically a roster for everybody getting on and everybody getting off. So therefore, everybody should be properly accounted for. Mind you, I'm retired military, so therefore, the mind that I have to do things are different than the average. So what was happening was that at the Welcome Center, there was no true manifest, in my opinion. What a manifest should also do, that person who's taking the manifest, who's getting on the first ferry, they should hand them a copy of that ferry. So therefore, if something happens, therefore they have accountability for who was on the boat or who was on the ferry. When we got on the ferry, well, before we get on the ferry, they should also hand everybody a life vest. Everybody should get a life vest before they get on the ferry, because if the ferry sunk, it's too late to hand out life vests. That would have saved lives. When we were on the boat, when we was on the ferry, I said to myself, this is so unsafe, or whatever is what I'm saying to myself. Well, finally, we got there by the grace of God. And what should also happen, the people who got everybody that gets a life vest, it should be mandatory to put the life vest on. Once they arrive to the destination, to Sapelo Island, everyone should take off the life vest, put it inside of a container that is clearly marked that says, vest right here. It should be clear that this is where life vests are. My point to this is, after we got there, everybody had a great time. But when it was time to leave, by the grace of God, half of our family went on the ferry before, and the other half of us didn't. It was about 20 of us. If the other 10 would have went with us, there's a great possibility we would have lost more, because the ramp actually broke about 2 feet approximately in front of us. I was in front of my uncle, I think he's 84. He was on a rollator, so I was standing in front of him. In the midst of standing in front of him, I didn't want him to slide down the ramp because he had a rollator. Well, the ramp broke. When the ramp broke, I went and I got the first lady, and I told the ma'am, come on, don't give up. Don't give up, hold on. Hold on. And I got her. When I got her, I gave it to my cousin. He said, go get another one. I went and I got another man. But then when I got the second man, I see people sweeping away, like just the current taking the people. And I'm like, no, Lord, this can't happen like this. It can't happen like this. So I ran. I saw a boat. I ran to the boat. We struggled to get the boat undone. In the midst of getting the boat undone, I said, I need somebody to jump in here with me. We could not get the boat started. I rowed the boat with a platform that weighed about 30 pounds. I rowed the boat. There was another man he was trying to row the boat with his hand. Finally, I saw what looked like 2 book bags, but it was 2 people. When I got to those people, the guy who was with me in the boat, he jumped out because he saw someone else. He jumped out and he swam and tried to get that other person. I got those 2 people and I couldn't get, I'm like, Lord, what am I to do here? If I let him go, then she's going to go. If I let her go, he's going to go. And I happened to see, let me back up. When people began to float away, one of the staff threw the life vest. It appeared that nobody knew where the life vests were. Nobody knew where it was. It was marked, it was white, and it might have even had life vests on there, but it was not clear. Something like that should be orange. Something like that should be vibrant for people to see it. Anyway, when the guy threw the life vest, he threw them at the wrong angle. He threw them and the current took them away from the people. And that's when I ran to go to the boat, because my thought was, if I can get this boat, I can cut them off. I can cut the people off because the current is sweeping them away. And when I got in the boat, and we finally got the boat untied, we couldn't get the boat started. When we couldn't get the boat started, when I saw those 2 people, I was like, okay, there's a life vest. Let me see, can I get that vest? Let me see, can I get it? I got the vest. I hooked the vest around the man's head and his chin just enough to keep him afloat. The woman I saw, she had on black. I actually thought it was my sister-in-law. And I'm praying and I'm saying, Lord, don't let this be my sister-in-law. I'm thinking about my mother-in-law, how my mother-in-law is going to feel, and things of that nature. I'm praying for her, and I'm trying to get her up, because I'm on my knees on the boat, and I'm trying to pull up a person up and over. And mind you, she might have been a little heavy, and there's water weight. After the 4th time, I said, Lord, with the 3rd time, I said, Lord, you said I can do all things. After the 4th time, I got her in the boat. And by the grace of God, that life vest kept the man afloat long enough for me to get the lady in the boat. Then I got the man. He was thinner. I still remember Levi's jeans. I didn't even want to wear Levi's jeans anymore. I saw he had Levi's. It took me 4 times to get him in also. I don't know if they lived or died, to be honest with you. But then the ferry comes, and honestly, the people on the ferry were very, very melancholy. They were melancholy. And I said, they were trying to tell me, I know CPR, but in that moment, your mind can't function straight. And I said, I need your help. I'm exhausted. Because mind you, I've been rowing a boat with a platform, the platform that they step on the bus with, which is about 35 pounds. I've been rowing it for one arm for as long as I could, fighting the current. They finally, came down off. They connected the small boat that I was on onto the ferry. They came down. I don't know what actually happened as far as the personnel, if they lived or not. So finally, I called my family and told them, hey, I'm okay. I'm on the ferry or whatever. Physically hurt and trying to understand what's going on and thinking about, my post-traumatic stress disorder already that I have from being in the military. I'm saying to myself, Lord, this is a different type of post-traumatic stress disorder. This is not something that I was or anybody's prepared for. There was no EMS services. We were the EMS services. My daughter who's 27, one of them is 27, the other's 12. The 27-year-old is 115 pounds. Wanted to get in the water to try to help. We're like, no, you can't. You're too small. Just like the lady had spoken earlier about her uncle. The bottom line, in regards to a person tying you down when you're trying to save them, it was a thing of her wanting to help. But what she was doing was she was performing CPR on people, person after person after person, upset, looking at broken bones, whereas one particular gentleman leg broke through his skin. I think he was a chaplain. And her mom consoling the young lady's father, consoling her. My daughter gave up her shoes. My youngest daughter gave up what she had, her vest and things of that nature, to try to help. In fact, the only good thing was when we left, we went to Dollar General to buy my daughter clothes to put on because she was drenched with mud and water and trying to help people. My 12-year-old watching dead body after dead body go by. After dead body. And the thing is that in life, you think as a man, you want to be Superman to your family. But on that particular day, I felt that, I kind of failed. I don't know. I was not able to help anyone that I know of live in that water, whether those 2 people lived or not. Yes, by the grace of God, I was able to pull somebody up, and then I was able to pull somebody else, but that's not it. The thing is like, what about the people that might not have lived, and could I have done more? And could I have done more? I have no idea. Night after night, bad dream after bad dream, seeing those people in my dreams or whatever, saying all you had to do was just breathe one more time, one more breath could have saved a life, and things of that nature. And honestly, I was able to, I reached out to an organization that you all know, and I hate to throw this organization under the bus, but I was very, very angry. The VA hospital, I'm retired military, so I called them, and in the midst of calling them to try to arrange an appointment and things of that nature, number one, I was given a number to call. 5 numbers later, I'm still calling to try to get help. In other words, my point is that it's not that simple. And I'm in an organization, I have an organization that's supposed to help veterans, yet and still everything that happens is all about propaganda, whereas we want to look good, in the public's eye, but there are people with problems. So I talked to someone finally called me back the day before yesterday, and she said to me, oh, Mr. Jenkins, we can get you in November the 15th. I said, November the 15th, huh? And she says, well, yeah, that's the best available appointment. I said, well, let me ask you a question, ma'am. And I want you all to understand, I was just giving her an example. I said, what if I decided to kill myself because I couldn't get help yesterday? Do you think that the 15th is acceptable for veterans if that's what you all do? Is the 15th acceptable? No, it is not. That is why you have veterans that are drug addicts, drunks, that are homeless and things of that nature. If you cannot, you all are supposed to be a structured organization that don't even provide the resources for people who have served for you. When it was time for me to jump out of the plane that many times, when it was time for me to be on that front line, I did it without hesitation. And all I'm asking you for is mental health. But I can tell you all, rest assured, I turned to my church because I'm a born again believer. I've turned to my church, but somebody doesn't have that resource. My family is a mess. There are other families that are probably worse.
Mr. Jenkins, you are my hero. You saved those people, or you attempted to, and I applaud you. I'm going to listen to some of the other victims, loved ones. And before I do, go ahead, Mr. Chairman. I know you wanted to make a statement.
Mr. Jenkins, my dear brother, I say this to you because I hear your heart. We feel your pain. The church is one entity that we've got to pull into this too, because I'm not trying to be funny. There are those that can counsel, and there are those that will give us counsel. To you, you are not to feel guilty because you are a hero that God has used in such a time as this. And so to you, my brother, we will not fail you in what you need now. And as a veteran, in my district, I have Hunt Army Airfield in the 165th, and I have sons that have served. Thank you for your service. We will not let you down, and we will fight for everything that you need in reference to your need. I just want you to know that. But thank you so much for your service, and thank God that God has used you in this day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who was your other lady? Miss Yvonne Brockington. Have on. We'll be pulling her up right now. But I want to welcome the delegation from Gambia. Where you want to stand up? Thank you for coming today and listening to a real life horror story. That's what I'm calling it. Because this is something that just happened a couple of weeks ago. And Sapelo Island is part of the state of Georgia. And that's why we're listening this today. But I hope to, if you have questions, that you'll let us know. Give somebody a note and we'll ask the question for you or allow you to stand up. Thank you very much. I think the president, who was president? Of Gambia.
We have the minister, the president's office, we'll have governor of the central bank and a number of different colleagues within the central bank.
Thank you very much for being here. Diplomats from Africa. The next person is, we've already asked, oh, there she, oh, she's lying in the bed. She's in the hospital. Oh my God. Where's the name?
Good evening.
Brockington.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brockington.
My name is Yvonne Brockington, and I'm a client of Attorney Ben Crump, and I'm assisted by Natalie Jackson. I am presently in the hospital, and from what I understand, I might be the last person of my group in the hospital. I am also the president of Wilder Park Senior Citizen Club. And our purpose is to provide opportunities to senior citizens to come together socially, politically, educationally, culturally, and to travel and to keep members informed of local, state, and national issues as it affects senior citizens. Okay.
Yes.
Our organization was there on a one-day trip. We had 54 members there. Isaiah Thomas, Miss Regina's uncle, Jacqueline Carter, Cynthia Gibbs, and Kalada McIntosh was in our group that I helped form to get together. I researched Sapelo Island. I went up there. I found out all the information about what we needed to know. They told me they usually have 4 ferries when there's a festival. One thing I found out that they only had 2. One was real old and ran like 30 minutes, and one maybe ran 20 minutes. I had a manifest. I had everybody's name because that's what they told me they needed. I had everybody's name, and luckily, I also had an emergency contact list. And I started not to put my name on there because I figured if there was an emergency, I'll be the one calling people. Well, I want you to know, we lost some good people that day. And there was many reasons. And I want to tell you, first of all, the festival was great. It was everything it was set up to be. Got ready to go back home. And they had given us a schedule. They say 3:30 there was going to be a ferry. And, you know, they gave you the different times. And the last ferry was going to leave at 5 o'clock. Now, you got 700 people. You got 2 ferries. And we know how long it took us to get over there. So we was trying to get on this 3:30 ferry to get back home. And one of the things someone pointed out to me was there was nobody there to take our ticket to count us to get back on the ramp to get to the fair. That was the first thing. There was nobody there to collecting our tickets. We had a return ticket and there was nobody there taking the return ticket. As we started across this ramp, I'm looking up ahead of me. I hear the noise, the crack. I see people start going straight in the water. And it's like a nightmare because I cannot believe what I see. You understand? I can't believe I'm seeing people drop in the water. Then I feel like I'm in an elevator dropping, and all of a sudden the elevator stops. I don't know what's happening, but I could feel my ankles breaking, but I wasn't sure. I knew something was wrong. And I held on to a rail because now I am in the water. And I'm looking at these people, and as soon as the water stopped, they fell into the water, these people started floating away. People screaming, hollering, people saying, save my baby, help my baby, people screaming, noise that you would hear and still hear in your ears. It's very traumatic to hear this. Not knowing what's happening, all of a sudden it happens. And I see them throwing out life jackets and everything is floating away so fast. I hear people screaming and hollering, and all at the same time, I'm trying to save myself. I can't help anybody. I feel responsible because I got all these people together, but there's nothing I can do to help them because I can't help myself. There's a man behind me trying to help me up. That was Mr. Gardner. And I say, Mr. Gardner, I can't push with my feet. I didn't know what was wrong. I say, but I can't help. I thought it was my weight in being wet. So I say, you going on around me, Mr. Gardner, and I'll be all right. I'm thinking, I'm a Girl Scout. I know how to swim. I'm not going to panic. Don't panic. You'll be all right. After a while, there was nobody else on the ramp but me, and I can't get up. There was a white guy in a uniform. He said, I think his name was Mr. Thompson. He told me that was supposed to be his last day working, but he was going to stay with me and help me, get up. I could not help myself. They ended up sending a rope down for me, and they put it around me, and they had me coming up, and then I slid back down because I was too heavy.
Oh my goodness.
Then I guess maybe about 3 or 4 more men came, and they pulled me up like I was a rag doll, and I was glad to be pulled up. And believe me, all the bumps and bruises from being on the ramp going up, I'm sore, I'm black and blue, and I couldn't move even when they got me up. But to be there and to hear people screaming and hollering still, not knowing I can't see. Then somebody came and asked me if there was somebody named Falada Thompson, and I knew Miss McIntosh's maiden name was Thompson, but everything I had was wet. But luckily that day, I gave emergency contact information to Miss Alexander, who was my treasurer, to my vice president, Sandra Willis, and to my secretary. So they all had information to reach everybody. So that was a saving grace. Now, I'm going to say this. No one should have perished that day. No one should have perished that day. That was our first time coming to Sapelo Island as a group. But again, I had researched it, and I know they have a history of doing festivals, and it always be safe. Last year, they apparently had 800 people. This year, 700 people. So it's even less people this year than the previous year. But the safeguards were not in place, and I don't understand why. I am calling for a complete investigation. A complete investigation, and I want to make sure that this never happens again. We have more than just victims hurt in the hospital or were in the hospital or deceased. It's so many people who cannot sleep today, who their travel partner, like Miss Teresa Glass, her travel partner was Jacqueline Carter. And we had trips planned for December. And she said she's so shook up about it, she don't even want to travel anymore. Talk about getting on a boat. And I can understand that. It's just the psychological effect. I don't know if it'll ever go away, but we definitely need help. This never needs to happen again to anyone. The community, to the ones who lost loved ones, to the people who were actually in the water and feared for their life. It should not have happened. The state of Georgia owes us more than resources. They owe us an apology, and they need to make sure that it never happens again for the people of Sapelo Island. And we're calling for a complete investigation, financial support, and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make note of that and try to get you someone to, not the DNR, but another party to come and investigate. Okay?
All right. Thank you. And by the way, and I don't said it, but my right leg is broken 2 places, and my ankle on the left foot was also fractured. So that's why I couldn't help myself up. But there are other people that are hurt too, and I just pray to God that they get the necessary help they need.
So do I. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to the next speaker. And is she the commissioner? That's you. Oh.
She's here in person, and she can clarify some of the things. Take your time.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Icy White, and Okay, so a few months ago, I organized a trip for some of my northern cousins to come down to Sapelo to visit this island and this magical place that my grandfather has roots to. My dad has been going to the festival probably as long as it's been happening, over close to 30 years. So I organized this group. Daryl Jenkins, who you heard from, is my cousin. Several of us went there that day just thinking it was going to be creating happy memories, and that's not quite what happened. I'll start with when we arrived to the dock, there was no real organization on the DNR side of things. We were on the 9:30 ferry, so maybe the second ferry over that morning. I noticed that there was a man with DNR uniform on who was at first collecting money. It looked like about $2 or $3, and he was having people write their name on a clipboard. By the time they got to our group, they were no longer collecting money. They were no longer asking anyone to sign a clipboard. I think that's important to note because in the hours after this happened, I'm like, how do they know everyone's accounted for? They stopped taking our names. So how do we know that there isn't someone who maybe a single person who was there that day and no one knows they're there, and there was no proper record keeping. We went to the festival. We enjoyed our day. Half of our group went back early in the ferry before us, and I had to go back to the festival site to get my 87-year-old father and my aunt, who's also in her 80s, and a portion of my cousins went back with me. When we arrived to the dock, I had to use the restroom, and I'm just thankful for that divine delay from God, because I asked my family to wait while I went to use the restroom. We were the next aboard. My father, who is 87 years old, Korean War vet, Vietnam War vet, Jim Crow era survivor, civil rights survivor. His foot was on the dock at the time this happened. It was only because the gangway was so congested at that time, and there was no one there saying, hey, that's too many people. Hey, you guys stop until this group clears out. We were just self-motivating onto the ferry. All of a sudden you heard a metal creaking sound, like almost someone like smashing like a soda can.
Mhm.
And you just heard a collective cry from everyone, kind of like, whoa, what's happening? And then seconds later, everyone just collapsed into the water. I don't know what made me have the wherewithal to start recording, but my footage, which I shared with the Associated Press and has since gone viral, is the moments immediately after the collapse, where you still see people clinging on to the gangway. You still see people trying to swim back to either the gangway or the boat. It took a while to register that this was actually happening. And once I realized that my immediate family unit was intact, we all just started trying to help the best that we could. I'm going to try to be brief to give everyone else the opportunity to speak, but my cousins, like Daryl Jenkins, who spoke, my cousin Parrish Wilson, who I think is listening as well on Zoom, they really are heroes.
Mhm.
They tried and did succeed in saving lives that day. They pulled people out of the water. I'm so glad to see Miss Yvonne because my cousin Parrish was one of the individuals who helped her up with the rope. My cousin Daryl jumped into the boat to try to get people as they were drifting down the coastline. I can't swim, so I knew that I was going to, as people were coming up on shore, let me go and try to help. And what can I do? Some of the key points of that aftermath are, there were a lot of people who were visibly injured, people with broken bones. There was no medically trained staff. There was no one there. I also want to make the note that the festival site is about 7 to 10 minutes away from the ferry. So word hadn't even spread to the festival and where the majority of the people were. And a lot of reports and a lot of things that people are saying, unless you were on that last school bus of people shuttled over to the ferry, you really weren't there in those initial moments that it happened. It took a while for people on the island who were still at the festival to even know this was happening. I have 9 minutes and 53 seconds of uninterrupted video of those moments that happened right after the collapse. And you'll see on that video that I'm running out trying to flag people and say, help, can you swim? The bridge collapsed, please get in the water. You'll see on that video of everyday people just trying to pull people up onto the shore and me saying, get them completely out of the water so they don't get hypothermia. Some people were still kind of partially in the water. You'll see us asking people to, do you have a jacket or something that we can put over these people to keep them warm. You'll see people being resuscitated. And one of those individuals being resuscitated, I later found out was Miss Carlotta McIntosh. And at one point I ran back up to the dock from the shore. And there was someone who had found a defibrillator in the car. And I asked, do you need me to run that down? And she said, yes. So you'll see in a video me running the defibrillator down to the shoreline to Miss Carlotta and handing it over to a man wearing a DNR uniform. And you will hear him on the video say, I do not know how to use this. And you will see in the video me like opening up the box and saying, well, like there's an illustration. I think we do this first and then we do that second and we do this third. And at that point, I think he said something about an aspirator. I need an aspirator or something. And he did not, at that moment, at least that I witnessed, attempt to use the defibrillator on Miss Carlotta. I'm not a medical professional. I don't know if that would have been useful to her at that moment or not. I also don't know what happened to that defibrillator because I'm wondering, did that make it into the hands of someone who was actually capable of using it and maybe helping other people down the shoreline who had drifted further out? Miss Carlotta didn't make it. And after
she was the 94-year-old.
93-year-old, yes, ma'am. And after they had started covering individuals and whatever we had, there was no, stretchers, blankets, anything like that. So the people who had passed away, who had transitioned, we were just trying to give them some dignity of covering them. And there was a woman there and I asked, do you know her name? And she said, I went in her pocket. Her name is Carlotta Tunsil McIntosh. And I just ran to the dock and I just started screaming, Carlotta McIntosh, or Carlotta Tunsil rather. Does anyone know that person? And it was actually Miss Yvonne, who we just heard from, that said she had just been pulled out of the water and she could not move and they just had her position there. And she said, yes, I know someone by that name. What is happening? And she had to tell me to calm down. Miss Yvonne was like, calm down. What is happening? And I had to tell her Miss Carlotta didn't make it. And that was, difficult to have to do. And that name is forever etched in my mind because I just kept saying it over and over again. I was running back to the doc of keep her name in your mind so you can say it when you get up there and see who knew her. My father's cell phone had reception when a lot of our phones didn't work on the island, and I used his phone to give to people who were injured and is there anyone I can call, and to have them tell me a number and calling people and letting them know, because I didn't know, are these people going to make it? Are they not going to make it? I want to give them the opportunity to speak to their loved one and to tell them this has happened. So I passed my phone around and allowed different people to call their loved ones to tell them that this had happened. At some point on the island, they said, if your family unit is intact, if your party is intact, we need you all to start boarding the ferry to go back over. After my family and I felt that we had done all that we could do, we went on to the ferry with the injured and people. Let me backtrack. My father, who was stationary in 87 and walks with a rolling chair, as the individuals were transitioning, they started kind of lining them up on the dock and with blankets over them, and that was right next to where my father was sitting. And he's already retired military, PTSD. He's currently getting services for what he witnessed that day. You saw my cousin Daryl and his family unit is very affected by all of this. But the key points I want to get to are, it took over an hour before there was any sort of like helicopter. It took maybe 30, 45 minutes, I would say, before there was any speedboat. So we were boots on the ground, the people trying to help until these resources arrived. We got back to on the ferry, and before they let us off, they said everyone needs to go to the church to be processed. You cannot go back to your cars. We need to do a head count. We need to process you all. There were people who were still soaking wet. There were people who were injured. There were people, and we were all told, you have to go to the church to be processed. We walked in there and we're looking around and we're waiting. And I want to make a note that there was such a performative show of force from all the jurisdictions nearby, 80 cop cars, 3 hearse, ambulances, all of these things on the wrong side of the water. Those services were needed on the Sapelo side. There was no point of having all those cop cars and EMS and all of that for what? You're on the land side of this tragedy. So it all felt very performative and like, look, we showed up and we responded, but it was not the type of help that was needed. While we were in the church and we're waiting around and we're tired and we're exhausted and we're traumatized and trying to figure out what just happened, and there was no one from any state, county, government agency, no one there for this processing, this roll call. Eventually, I believe she was just a member of the church. She said, honey, y'all write y'all name down. I'm gonna go get a sheet of paper and all of y'all write your names down. And if anybody comes asking, I will let them know that you all were here. And I also have that recorded. I have video of that woman and of us
What
being
was
in
her
a
name?
church. I don't know. I did not get her name, but she was the only person there who did any sort of triage, you know, to say like who was here, who came through these doors. And with such a show of force outside of those church doors, you would think that there would be one police officer, one elected official, somebody to say we need to properly document these people as they're getting off the ferry. Miss Yvonne, when she's she did have her her emergency contacts, and I just remember asking her about Miss McIntosh and if there was anyone that I could call because I had cell reception. I remember her pulling out of her pocket like the wet piece of paper that was handwritten, and it just, we couldn't use it in that moment. And the whole drive back to Savannah, I just kept thinking of her name, and I got online to try to see if I could find loved ones or relatives, because all I'm thinking is, she was with a group of people who are also injured, who are possibly also missing, and it haunted me that night. And the next morning, I started calling people that night. No one answered. The next morning, I did make contact with her family, and I let them know that she was surrounded by people who were holding her, who were praying for her. And
I understand. Take your time.
like other people have said, these people who are all seniors, they did not die of old age. When I think of my father, and if I had lost my father, or even my aunt or anyone, but especially the elders in my family, that's something so preventable. I don't know how I could manage. So my heart does go out to the family members of those who lost individuals, because this was so preventable. The other points I just want to touch on very briefly, because I have so much footage of this and I want it to get into the right hands to be used to be a resource for justice for these families. My family was not physically harmed, but the psychological trauma is there, and we all need therapy and resources to get through this. But after my footage went online and went viral, and it's pretty easy to find me because my name is so unique. There's no other Icy White in the world that I'm aware of. I started getting all of these calls and different things. And one of those calls came from a man named Clint. I don't know his last name, with DNR. And my phone was blowing up with producers and networks and all these people. So for a while, I just stopped answering the phone. I finally answered, and he said, "I'm an investigator with DNR. Are you Icy White?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Do you have, are you still in the area? I need to speak with you." And I said, "No, I've returned home to Atlanta." And something has told me, I'm not talking to you. Like, this doesn't even feel right, because I know that you're responsible, not that individual, of course, but his agency is responsible, at least partially, for what happened. So I told him I would give him a call back. And I wanted to seek counsel on how to navigate this, because I know it's all turning into now a legal process. And he started sending text messages and saying, "I can have an investigator in Atlanta come and find you at your job. Where do you work? Or just tell us, where you are, and we can send someone to the Atlanta area to speak with you." So I just want that to be on record in the early stages of all of this happening, that someone reached out to me, and even once he was aware that I wasn't in the area, just the tone of, we can send someone to you, it just didn't feel right, and it didn't feel appropriate. And then it seemed ethical, as the entity that will likely be responsible for this to be conducting their own investigation. I'll stop there because I don't want to take time away from anyone else waiting to speak, but I am here to be a tool, a resource, a witness to what transpired that day, and to hopefully get justice for all of these families.
We thank you for your strength and endurance of all of this. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, boy.
Madam
Two
Chair.
other people. I had told Reginald Hall he was next, but go ahead.
Yeah, all I wanted to just lift up for the consideration is the testimony that we've heard is nothing short of heroic, and I would just hope that
Yes.
we would, at the appropriate time, be able to honor those who fought so
Yes.
hard to try to save lives. So,
Thank you.
and lastly, our firm is assisting Ms. White, and so we will make arrangements to get the evidence into the correct hands. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
May I say this? I've got a jury trial I've been kind of called into. I've got to escape, but it's not on purpose.
Mhm.
One of my clients was the client whose 2-month-old baby was beneath the water, totally submerged. And she could not be here today, but she wanted me to tell you that God saved her child. But you
Amen.
can save, Madam Chairwoman,
Hmm.
thousands of children. And thank you for your heroism today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gotta go.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone who has spoken. I really appreciate it, and I want to work with you. So this won't be the last time. Thank you, and Mr. Chairman here.
Attorney Davis and Ms. White, before you leave, the same thing, you're very prophetic because the word that came before you said something is heroes. You all are American heroes. What you did has painted a narrative, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm pretty jacked up right now. I'm just trying to act real subdued because I probably would have lost my mind if I were in the predicament that y'all were in to have to do what you did. But thank God you did what you did, because so many times, just like in the presence of Ahmaud Arbery, if we hadn't had the tape, it might have not had the evidence.
Right.
But thank God, God used you to have that evidence. And I'm saying this to everybody in the room that we are here. We're going to have to be courageous on this, Madam Chair, because
Yes.
it's not going to be easy to do what we do from within. And we're going to have guts. We're going to have to stand, and we're going to have to finish this thing, because it is not going to be the average fight. It's not. But I'm letting you know the fight is fit. Thank God that God Almighty himself came down to the water. That's all I got to say. And we're going to have to finish this race. You said something that we go back again. You talk about when they signed, when you came in, you signed that you didn't sign anything coming. So
There were people in front of us when the 9:30 ferry first started boarding. Maybe the first 15, 20 people, they collected a nominal amount of money and they had them sign their name. By the time we boarded, they had abandoned that process.
so do we have to pay for the ferry?
I'm sorry.
There's a cost for the ferry?
I believe on a typical day, when I've gone, not on a festival day, there is like a nominal fee of like maybe $3 or something like that. When I do believe that our ticket was supposed to cover the cost of the ferry. I'm not sure, but they were collecting money, and I will say this, and I don't know if it's important or not. The individual collecting it, he was just putting it in his pocket. It wasn't an official pouch or a bag or a box or it was just, he was just putting it in his pocket from what I witnessed. I don't know if that's the typical procedure or not, but no, we did not sign as we boarded, and there was no one there as we left to take a ticket or have us sign before we got back on board. Even after the tragedy, and they told us, if your family unit is intact, you need to board this ferry. There should have been someone there taking our names. Even when, and I have footage of us getting off of the ferry and onto the McIntosh County side of the dock, and there's a woman standing there, and there's police and things, and there's a woman saying, are you injured? Did you fall in the water? And those are the only questions being asked. But there should, if someone's standing there asking those questions, why is there no one standing there one by one getting the names of the people who are coming
Exactly.
off of the dock? And then to send us to a church and there's no one there in the church from any agency to actually account for us. It was unexpected.
Because there was no plan of emergency.
No.
There,
No.
and another thing you said, I'll give you this last sentence. You said that there was really no supervision when y'all were getting ready to return. It was like, I don't care how you get there if you can.
Mm-hmm.
We
Pretty
went,
much.
when we went, they told us at 7 o'clock that the ferry was leaving at 7:30. Y'all got to get on the bus, got to get on the bus, got to get on the bus, got to get on the bus. We get on the bus. So I know what you're talking about the rushing. You get from the bus to the ferry, you got to hurry up and get across. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's that type of, okay.
Yeah.
No supervision, no one took the account.
No one with a clicker, no one. I didn't even realize that there were so many DNR people there until the aftermath of what happened, and I started seeing certain people with uniforms on. But the haunting thing is that man telling me he didn't know, and you hear him. I'm so glad I got that on video. He says, "I don't know how to use this," and as the only governmental agency or resource to the people on that island, I know they're not supposed to be medical staff or whatever, but basic life-saving techniques that if you're going to serve a population of people who are on an island and you are their first line of defense of if anything catastrophic happens, and for that man to tell me that he doesn't know how to use the defibrillator and didn't even open up the box to even try or anything. And I'm opening the box and I'm like, it's telling you number by number what to do. And I wonder how many other lives could have been saved after they were pulled out of the water if there were DNR individuals with basic medical or life-saving training, and that didn't happen.
That's unacceptable also. Yes, go ahead. Yes. Say your name.
I'm Representative Adena, House District 110 in Gwinnett. And first of all, my condolences to the families that have lost and to everyone else that is currently going through this tragedy. It is an international catastrophe of what has happened. This is not local to Georgia. This is not just national, but this is international. We have people come to visit Sapelo Island for a festival, a time to be cheerful. And look at where we are today. I was there on Sapelo Island for the first time right after this tragedy happened. And just listening to the bravery that you've brought today. And just like all the other speakers, you're a hero because you not only are here present, I can't imagine sitting down at the table where you're sitting. And not only are you sitting there telling your story, but you documented the story for everyone else that was there. What truly happened. When I was at Sapelo, I took pictures of where the ramp was no longer there. They took the ramp away. I took pictures and saw how it was boarded up. I couldn't imagine the story. But hearing you today, you're telling us what truly happened that day. And that's what we need to listen to and understand what we have to do as a state, how we're failed. We're failed citizens of this state. We're failed people like you. And I am very apologetic for what's happened to you and many others and those that have lost their lives. And as a state, we have to step up and take responsibility. Not just recording what's happened. You were there saving lives. I can't wrap my head around what you're telling us today. You were saving lives, recording, telling the story so others will know, and helping us understand where we're failed. You and everyone else that's telling that story today and come forward, you're my hero, because being in a hearing like this, I know is a lot. And thank you for being composed. Thank you for telling us we have to do something as a state. We have to do something for Sapelo. We have to do something for the people that continue to come to that festival. This is not right. We need justice.
Thank you. We are going to move forward because we have about 6 more people who wanted to talk. But say it again. Oh, Senator Davenport wants to ask a question before. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
But I'm gonna get a wrap up too of each one of us as we adjourn, before we adjourn. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say condolences to all. I think this is a disgrace. Somebody has to be accountable, and the state of Georgia is accountable for this. I serve on natural resources, and I think we had a committee meeting some years ago at Sapelo.
Yes.
But the state of Georgia has to pay for this.
Mhm.
And let me commend these attorneys because they have to listen to these stories. I heard Ms. Brinson's story with the Black Caucus right after this event happened. And of course, I was heartbroken then, but I guess today I'm just so upset. This is breast cancer month, and I'm a 6-year survivor, and I've been to about 10 or 12 events, had to speak at about 4 or 5, and I guess listening to these testimonies today just upset me so. With some health conditions, a lot of us might not be able to fight the state of Georgia. But I grew up here in Georgia. I'm born here, grew up here, attended the separate and unequal schools in the state of Georgia. So I know all about Georgia. But Georgia is to be held accountable for this. It takes a lot to fight the state of Georgia, but I am at this date and time ready to fight the state of Georgia on this. The governor and all of us, we cannot say we're the largest Black caucus in the nation and let this go by. We got to do something and fight for something. And I applaud you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly Chairwoman James, because you've been on this fight a long time with Sapelo Island. And this committee, Urban Affairs, for listening to this today. I just wanted to say that, get it out of my heart.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. Attorney Jackson, I would like to make sure we can stay in touch with you. If you can give me a number where,
Yes, ma'am, I definitely will.
okay, or email. Yes, I'm sure you know. Okay. Okay, one other.
To your point, Attorney Jackson, and if I have your privilege to say this in a conversation with Attorney Crump on yesterday, if the state of Georgia does not pay for their homegoings for the rest of those victims, here you have Attorney Crump and others, I'm not gonna mention the names that were mentioned to me, that are right now in the process of trying to do something about it. That would be a disgrace to the state of Georgia if they would have to do that versus the state of Georgia. So thank you.
And our state representative, Stinson, Patty Stinson, is in the funeral business. And it's a lot, it's at least 3 others, I think, 4 others in the House or Senate. And so if nothing else, we can get one of the ministers of the churches there, and they can do the funeral, maybe
Yes, ma'am.
pro bono, I mean, just
Yes, ma'am.
to help. But it shouldn't have to be that way. The state has a responsibility. So we're trying to have this hearing to find out what is exactly what they are responsible for. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Latrell. How you doing? Good.
Greetings.
Is that the one? Oh.
Yeah, greetings, good people. First of all, to this beautiful delegation of folks that have come together for the state of Georgia, our representatives, to discuss Sapelo. I did have the opportunity to travel with our good leader, Chairman Carl Gilead, and our sister leader, Senator Donzella, and the rest of the delegation that went as well. We had that day is very interesting. We had a delegation from West Africa as well visiting us. It was a diaspora day, and when we went to visit, and only God would make it this way, that today during the hearing we have a delegation from the Gambia here. Oh, hey man, only God would have it where we have the Gambia delegation. I wanted to properly just kind of give a welcome, exactly. You know, this delegation organized by one brother Hashmel from Ghana, and then brother Bunye from the Gambia. And I want to just talk about who's here first before I just make my final statement. We have the Minister of Public Services in the building, one of the president's offices. So to witness how state resolve public issues in finance, coupled by our visiting guest. We also have we have the governor of the Central Bank of Gambia, of high finance work. And then he's the secretary to the cabinet of the president as well. In the Gambia, we have the first deputy governor, Central Bank of the Gambia. We also have the permanent secretary, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. And again, all of this, we couldn't have planned. This is only by the master's design. The permanent secretary, Ministry of Transportation and Works is in the room today. And to be able to witness that we have a tragedy with one of our state facilities in our, really, it's not only our state, this is also, I believe, is a federal issue as well. And I haven't heard that, and I know that's a different jurisdiction.
Yes, we said.
Yeah, okay, but you know, this transport issue and the safety of folks visiting a national site like Sapelo, which is really the descendants of African enslaved people.
Yes.
I mean, and so so we also have here managing director of Road Authority here. Okay, amongst the delegation, we have the permanent secretary, Ministry of Public Services. We have the director, Development Finance Department, Central Bank of the Gambia. We also have economist, Development Finance Department, Central Bank of Gambia, and we also have the ambassador of the Republic to the Gambia, United States. So this delegation is really it's very interesting how the creator and Brother Carl, you know, he's smiling. I know, and I say this, and I know this. We're dealing with a tragedy, but come with tragedy, come ease. You know, there's also, you know, there's a beautiful sojourn that we have experienced in the transatlantic experience. I don't think it was just slavery. It's a full experience of connectivity. And so when we visited the island last week or so, right after the issue, yes, ma'am. When we visited it, you feel the loss just amongst the population. You feel the outrage of historically being disenfranchised and being disconnected to resources and development. And then we also learned about the historic isolation with the property taxes and the different issues that we heard sort of spoken about. And so seeing this as a follow-up, and I'm telling you, seeing this as a follow-up tells me that God is moving, and more importantly, the state is moving, and we have representatives that represent our interest in public affairs being activated and moving. Dr. Beasley, who I worked with for many years, who's at home following these issues, is someone who not only been to Sapelo, but has advocated for Sapelo for many, many years. And he is here in spirit with Dr. Joe Beasley. So I want to mention his name. You know, this is a community of friendships, of people who know, and so have been in this fight a long time. And Brother Carl, you said something very, very important. This is a different type of fight, because it isn't a fight over lunch counters. This is a fight over equity and resources that should be well invested in an area that the state owns most of the land. That land is owned mostly by the state,
And the people have to pay taxes.
and the people have to pay taxes. So there's a responsibility just by property in those who took on the responsibility with those ferries and the infrastructure that was not as well designed, when we have such loss of life. So
We agree. Thank you so much.
yes, ma'am.
I'll get back with you and hopefully meet the diplomats who have come here
Yes,
from Gambia.
if we could carve out some time, I don't know when, if it's today or tomorrow, to talk about, just to meet the delegation and look at ways the caucus and the communities could collaborate, I think that would be a wonderful opportunity.
Say your name for the record, please.
My name is Latron, that's Latron, Price, Price.
You want to put your title?
And I am,
Businessman, a
Yeah.
good husband of a lady who is a medical doctor.
That's right, that's right.
She's awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, you are too.
No, that's so real. That's so real. You know, as she's correct, my title was husband, father, and then also I am a businessman here in Atlanta, in the state of Georgia, as well as I work with the Joe Beasley Foundation and Dr. Beasley.
Thank you very much for being here. And y'all can still stay because we only have but two more people who are going to speak.
Okay, so we.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reginald Howard, for waiting so long and being here with us. I told someone else that they were my hero, but you really are a hero because you keep us informed all the time. And you were right there too, and you knew all the people who passed away. And well, you knew of them. So please greet us now and give us a testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator James. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful. I want to greet all of you and thank you for convening this session that is not just well overdue, but right on time. What we know today is that this tragedy was avoidable, and our hearts go out to those family members whose families lost their lives in this travesty. I want to be clear, all the way back from 2011, when Senator James began putting in resolutions for a study committee. This study committee by now would have created the implementations that would have avoided this tragedy. You can go back to what's known as House Resolution 727 that Donzella has been dropping every year since 2012, Senator James. I want to be clear that without the federal obligations that came in 2012, we would have gotten nowhere towards where we are now. So the paperwork that we started as research and development in 2007 led us into the federal agency known as Housing and Urban Development. That agency conducted an entire investigation that led to 2 federal lawsuits for our family members here on Sapelo. That's brought more than $70 million in change. Not just cash offerings, but injunctive relief. Had the state not ignored our paperwork that belonged to them, this was avoidable. We're looking at the county at the same time for not having followed through on the federal settlement, which is a violation in itself. When Mr. Bartell spoke of this public policy as a CID, we can use that language, but look at the overlay district, because the process to eliminate our land ownership rights on Sapelo is what has led to this entire travesty. The process said in the public policy, you must be compliant within the state and federal laws. Well, because the violations of those laws were discovered and then taken through a process of federal litigation and then settled, something should say to everyone, the issue is there. Now, because you don't take ownership of the issue in a settlement is one thing. But because the issue was settled, there is an issue. If we understand what Sapelo needs are not just federal investigation, but congressional administrative hearings that will show a complicity of a scheme to disavow, disenfranchise, divest, and displace this protected group of United States citizens under federal law. Be clear, there is a federal obligation to protect us. State websites have made themselves obligated to protect us under cultural preservation, heritage preservation. The Georgia Trust for 2024 has listed us as one of the 11 most imperiled places in Georgia. Well, to list us is not the action that must follow up listing. If we know, and we do, that there is only one underlying process for all that has happened under this umbrella of this tragedy, it is called dropping the ball on the chain of custody. Because there is a chain of custody, and when those family members, guests, and loved ones were delivered to our Gullah Geechee community on Sapelo Island in Hog Hummock, they were protected, nurtured, cared for, and loved on. The moment we released the chain of custody back to the state, there was a loss of life. The one thing that we can establish right now as we begin to plan, develop, evaluate, and analyze is that our delegation in this area has not heard us and is refusing to hear us. So because Senator James has decided to call this, we now have the ears of not just the chair of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus and other representatives and senators, who, by the way, sitting in the room now, have stood next to us for 3 solid years and have done daily work for our preservation. Because that's all we're talking about, is to preserve a piece of our American fabric as the Gullah Geechee last intact cultural heritage descendancy of the enslaved on Sapelo Island. And this should be a communication to all involved that without you, we die.
Mhm. Thank you so much, Mr. Hall. Can you also tell us about the community center that you've had for so long, where everybody comes and have meetings? And also, I know that the ARPA money was used, the American Rescue Plan money was used to, I guess, renovate it or strengthen it, enlarge it, and other
Yes,
monies
ma'am.
too, federal and state. Can you tell me about that? I
We
know they
have
took it
what's
away. That's what I'm talking
we have what was known for 37 years in our community, built by Housing and Urban Development Fund, delivered to the Department of Community Affairs in the 1986 period, that said the county would get a piece of land from our community that we owned as our Hog Hummock Community Foundation, 501c3, was developed. Give that land to the county to build what is known as our multi-purpose senior citizen center for 36 years. Because of all of the federal lawsuits, state lawsuits, and Superior Court lawsuits that we have won, in our assessment of retaliation, the Community Senior Citizen Center was then rehabbed because we put out 47 emails to the county that stated our building is falling in disrepair and is uninhabitable as a county building that should be supported through our taxes. In 2021, the county applied for what is known as the ARPA funds through the Department of Treasury. These public funds then rehabbed the entire center from front to back, top to bottom, side to side. The county commission then decides that they are going to lease this federally funded, built, rehab structure to a private citizen as a developer who has already violated zoning laws, to then open what today exists that we must ride by on a constant basis with no participation, known as the Yacht Club. And then the county commission voted to give them a liquor license next to our Three Rivers Federal Library and our children's playground in the front yard of one of our elders. Be clear, federal funds delivered to a private citizen to open a yacht club, bar and grill with a liquor license. The zoning laws have now come as a second form of retaliation that we can call redlining. In 1979, Governor Busby wrote to Attorney General Bolton with the DNR commissioner and described, if we cannot force the indigenous Black population off the island in any other means other than eminent domain, change the zoning laws. 1979, on paper, on record, many of you have it. If we understand that there is a collaborative scheme to deprive this protected culture, and I'll go back to what the young man just came up and said, the state owns 97% or most of the island. I have to be clear, per the paperwork, that is just not a fact. The state claims to own 97% of Sapelo Island.
Wow.
We have lost 1,000 acres of one of our original vestiges of land that we had titles and deeds in hand in 1871 that today is valued at $2.1 billion. And the state is claiming that land. And you can go to the state case that was filed December 29th, 2023, 3:42 p.m. that says we're now actively pursuing in state court the return of that stolen land, where it has not only deprived us of economics, but the same generational wealth that the developers are here to run us off this island for, the land.
I know. Well, we have several questions that our members want to ask. So we're going to start with Ms. Viola Davis. She's the state representative. It's on.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I have a question for you. Can you describe the scene after the gangway fell, just trying to save the people. I remember you talking about how people feet were getting cut up. Can you just describe to us what you saw and what you experienced?
I saw my family members immediately thrust themselves into action, even though there was an obvious shock relation to our bodies, our minds, and our souls. Pushing that aside, I watched our family members immediately become the triage, the CPR, and the life-saving measures that were used, and then have to turn into, I'm just going to say, citizens in the United States put in a position to recover bodies. And I watched them harm themselves and take seriously the situation at hand, and hoping to avoid more of the tragic circumstances by thrusting ourselves immediately into this situation for life-saving measures. But you must be in mind, we have knee-high marsh mud. We have oyster shells that do not separate, but line this entire bank. So to believe that this rescue operation was anything safe for the civilians would be a misnomer. The rescue operation, even at the impending doom of harm to self, was not an impediment for my family members.
Oh my, thank you. Who else had their hand up? Lucas, is that? Yeah, no, we have one more person, but did you have a question? Okay. Let me say, Mr. Hall, some people told me, well, why didn't they swim to the shore? They thought that it was like a beach. It goes on out and then get deeper. But I know for a fact, with all the years I've been coming there, that is a big dip. You know, you step in the water, you might go 5 feet and then you disappear. You know, it is very deep. So I wanted to, I don't know about that particular part over where the dock is, but I know in the other parts where I went to go fishing or whatever, it was very, very deep. So you want to say something about that? Because there's a lot of people who are saying that now.
You have to understand, we're dealing with upwards of 20 plus feet of water from the bank. So you'd never know how far that bank can go out because you haven't seen it, the low tide. We know how far we can walk that bank towards the waterway, but it's impossible for one of our guests to have let's just talk about a geographical position to know. And because the water current was some of the highest that we had, as well as our salinity, you can't see 1 second in front of you inside of that water. So to be panicked and to have no idea of your position, because when you fell in that water, you weren't concentrating on whether you were pointing north, south, east, or west. You fell into the water and you were immediately blinded, immediately discombobulated for geographical understanding. And it would be impossible to believe that you could save your own life, especially being our library, our senior citizen. Because those that we lost, I'm hoping that I'm not speaking out of turn, but we, as a Black community around the country, have lost 7 libraries.
Wow. Yes, one more. Thank you. One more question, Senator Merritt.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I always appreciate when you come and speak the truth to us. And my question is this, the actual gangway itself, can you speak to the vulnerabilities that you were aware of prior to the incident? And were there requests from DNR, from the community, to come and inspect the gangway, especially after a catastrophic hurricane like Helene coming in? So could you speak to that, and could you speak to the requests you may have made with DNR prior, and the vulnerabilities that you know of that gangway?
You have some.
I will go ahead and begin on the cultural communication. We have been walking that gangway since November of 2021. The cultural communication goes exactly like this. As we speak to each other on a daily basis, of using this on a daily basis, 7 days a week, 364 days a year, we must understand that our communications to each other were, number one, this thing is too long with no middle support. Number two, we watch it sway, where we already knew that you must be careful of the children coming off the school boat, as they like to be a little rambunctious. And as they jump up on it, running to the boat, we watch it bounce. The elder communication on a cultural level was, this just can't be safe the way that this is swaying and bouncing.
Right.
If I look at it on a civilian matter, to be direct, I made a Georgia Open Records Act request in 2022 after this was developed.
Okay.
The request was for all of the information of the engineers, the builders, and the workers, because one of the workers that I had to admonish for urinating in public in front of our people was what drove me to make this request. How many of these workers did you verify were even legally allowed to be around women and children? How many of these workers, because there are a lot of workers, how many did you verify had no criminal background to be around this type of cultural aspect of our transportation understanding? So that was my purpose for the request. The DNR, as well as the county, have violated on many occasions the Georgia Open Records Act laws and denied or ignored my request. That request came through as a box.com, which, because I am so busy at wanting to survive, I missed that this box.com deletes itself in 30 days, and I had not had the opportunity to download it. But the request had been made, and we knew from the beginning that something wasn't right culturally as a communication.
And just to be clear, that gangway has not been inspected since Hurricane Helene, correct?
Before that.
I will state to you
Or
that
after.
I will state to you that Commissioner Walter Raybon, who is in charge of this entire operation, stated Sunday, the day after the accident, on a press conference, that they did not inspect after these two major hurricanes, and that they were not, I believe the word was, not expected to, but not having to lawfully inspect after every hurricane. I don't believe that. Now, I want to give a reference point. We're dealing with the Department of Natural Resources, who owns over 1 million acres in the state of Georgia, being governed by a commissioner who has in the past not shown any integrity in his personal life to govern this type of situation. We know that before he was appointed commissioner, our research and development showed that he was in a DUI accident toting moonshine with a passenger in a Corvette with no charges. I want to know why he's allowed to have any governing of our survival, our living, or our management on this island. And what was the cause of him not being charged for this DUI moonshining episode? This is where we have concerns. The integrity of this so-called agency is missing, and not just missing, but has collapsed if it had ever been there.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Hall, I can tell you that the Governor Brian Kemp appoints these commissioners, a lot of them. Some of them are elected. I can't recall if I think he took over a 10-year and he was appointed. Oftentimes the governor will appoint friends, those that donate to him and through relationships, and not always those that have the qualifications, thank you, to be in those positions. And that is unfortunate. The other thing I want to mention is Commissioner Raybon also sits on the GEMA board. And I keep asking the question, he sits on the board. He has a seat on GEMA. I keep asking the question, where was GEMA before, during, and after? And I will continue to ask that question as we are not letting this go. As been stated before, the state is accountable for this accident. The state is responsible. I want to ensure that because 2 weeks have already passed and they've been very silent, my concern is, and I know how Governor Kemp and his cronies work, they try to wait things out, let it drag out as long as possible and hope everybody's going to forget and take their pulse off of what's happening. We can't let that happen. We are fighting a giant, but this is the thing. The giant does not like to be called out in the media. We will recommend a federal investigation. And it was important, and maybe I'm making a closing argument, it was important that we have this hearing because it is recorded. It will go into record for the state of Georgia. So as we're making recommendations to our federal partnerships and friends, they can pull this exact hearing and listen to everything that is being said today so that the state can't say, oh, well, people are making things up. This can't be true. And my other fear is they're being so silent because they are doing damage control on their end and trying to figure out what they're going to do. So they're buying time.
He wants to say something.
But keep in mind, we're going to stay on it. And I think, I'm sorry, I took up more time. Reginald, go ahead.
I'd like to be clear, Senator, on one more thing while you're speaking about the governor. This is not something that started yesterday. When you date back to Governor Busby in the 70s, every governor since 1983 has had some form of purview as the chairman on what's known as the Sapelo Island Heritage Authority. But I want you to now just look at the differences between the Sapelo Island Heritage Authority, chaired by the governor, with the board members of Department of Natural Resources Commissioner and the state property manager. And then I want you to compare it to the Jekyll Island Authority. I want you to compare it to the St. Simon Island Authority. The only reason that the Sapelo Island Heritage Authority exists as a legislative act is to become the land bank that has stolen our land. If you go to Jekyll Island, the authority governs the island from top to bottom, north to south, east to west. The authority on Sapelo is only a vehicle that's being used to defraud our community, our descendants of our land. The vehicle that was enacted through legislation.
Okay, we are not going to call out governor's name, people's name. They also listening to us right now.
I call them out.
It's improper for this committee to, we can talk to each other afterwards about something, whatever you want to, but as the chair of this committee, I'm just asking that we don't necessarily call anybody any name.
Yeah.
And, but give the facts like both of you have been doing. So continue to give the facts, but let's leave our opinion of the administration, because we need them when it's all said and done. Unless we have them to sign off on it, it won't happen. So I know that there are other things that we could be talking about, like you thought the zoning, that they're doing something to make y'all get rid of the few that are still on there. Because I know, like, for example, that new place, what is it, yacht club, barbecue place? I know that the value of that is gonna be so high that the people who border it, who've been living there forever, are gonna pay higher taxes. And when they can't even go and work, they just at home and planting things in the garden and growing things that they eat. How in the world are they gonna pay more taxes? So I know that that's gonna be something that we need to look at as well. What do you think?
Well, what happened through the county commission is they took a vote
Mm-hmm.
to change our zoning laws to building homes on this island, in this community, on the National Register of Historic Places from 1,400 square feet to 3,000 square feet.
Wow.
If you understand land value increase, the 1,400 square feet was a district intent by the county commission at that time in the 1990s.
Wow.
The district intent stated, if you build above 1,400 square feet, it will change the cultural cottage style industry, and it will immediately force the land value increase that would force the removal of the indigenous population through the taxation of that land value increase. Now, we as the citizens of McIntosh County put in a referendum. The referendum got enough signatures to then go to the county probate judge, who agreed we can now revote on October 1st against what the county commission attempted to do. Well, then the county commission and the judge from another county denies our referendum because we're dealing with a constitutional issue, my understanding. We're now heading to the Georgia Supreme Court, and case law will show you why we should win because of the Camden County last year Georgia Supreme Court decision against Elon Musk and the spaceport.
Right. I remember that. So the spaceport was going to be launched from Sapelo Island out into what it
No,
was
from
going to be.
No, not from
Camden County, from Camden County.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it now.
Yes.
I
Yes,
remember
yes.
now.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
We have, but what we're gonna do is, gonna wrap up because we,
Last one, we got.
yeah, because the other, person that was supposed to speak has yielded to us to just send us their, comments in writing. So we're gonna hear from each person as to wrap up, but you wanna ask your question and then you can wrap up.
Mr. Hall, I know that you've had the history of being very outspoken about fighting for Sapelo Island. Can you tell me, do you at any time ever feel like you're in danger or fear, intimidated, harassed, or even threatened?
Representative Davis, we have an entire file since we filed our case on federal steps of the Russell Building, December 9th, 2015, of the spoof calls, of thousands of text messages with threatening death. We have a video of someone putting what appears to be a pipe bomb under one of our people's porches there in the city. We have communications of cryptocurrency transfers, or we will release documents that will destroy you. A number of my family members get midnight calls that Reginald Hall's dead. I have Bank of America who wrote to my wife of 32 years their condolences for my death. So yes, we have been threatened. I have paid plenty of money for the cut tires, the cut brake lines, all documented, the rear differential cap removals, the breaking into my grandmother's home to steal my handgun, only what we can perceive as to put a body on me to get me in trouble with an original receipt. So yes, we have 9 years of collected data that will prove the intimidation tactic to stop the work in which I'm involved.
I apologize. You want to say anything else too? But I had heard that before. If we could get that too as part of what we need to address to the authorities, we'd appreciate it. We'll talk to them about it. So they'll know that you're getting threats in all forms. And you've been getting threats, but these people are serious, especially when they put a bomb under your porch. I cannot believe.
Perceived. We can't say it was, Senator. It's perceived because on the video, they come from the back of the house, put this device under the porch, and then come down from the front of the house and notice the cameras, go back up to retrieve the device. And all we need is one face recognition because we got him dead to rights on camera.
Oh my God, you've been through a lot, and I've been every step of the way with you since I found out about it. And so many other representatives as well. So we are not going to abandon you. We are going to work with you. And that's what I want to get a motion from this committee to say that we will stick with you until we resolve many of these issues. Hopefully all of them. Okay, yes.
Doing closing.
Yeah, we're doing closing remarks. But since we started with, we're gonna start with Ms. Viola Davis since she was talking. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall.
I'm good.
Okay. Senator Davenport, would you like?
One thing though, I'm a real estate agent by trade, and I look at the zoning and look at a lot of eminent domain.
Oh, yes.
And we looked at Sapelo Island a long time ago, and we saw exactly what's been going on there and what's been
Very
happening.
obvious.
And it's really stealing the land. So I'm just here to support.
Stop the stealing of the land, okay? All right, thank you. And we're gonna start with Mr. Lucas, Senator Lucas. Wrap up.
We don't need a resolution. What we just need to do is see what's going on. We see the bills coming. We need to fight with the residents of Sapelo Island for them to be able to remain on Sapelo Island. We understand that what they want to do. They price it out and do everything else.
Right.
But the people were brought there. Number one, they were brought there back during when they were ranked slaves in Georgia. And they are the original inhabitants of the island.
Right.
And we need to make sure that their existence will never come to being non-existent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you want to, well, since we don't have a quorum, but we could still do it, you know, with
You don't
the
need a
ones of
quorum.
us.
You don't need a quorum. We understand. I visited Sapelo Island when I was 24 years old, when I first got in the Georgia legislature. And people were driving cars without tags. They didn't have to. And what we need to understand is there is a system that wants to take Sapelo and make it a resort for other folks. The biggest thing on Sapelo Island is owned by the University of Georgia.
They're right there.
Yeah, the mansion
The mansion and the campus.
and the campus. Okay, thank you. And Senator Merritt, you want to?
Oh, I think I've said everything I want to say. The only thing I do want to correct, Chairwoman, is that our governor is the governor of the state of Georgia. He has broad powers. He has powers over all of the agencies here in the state of Georgia. It is fact that he does. It would be remiss if, it would be, I could understand if I didn't actually see legislation that was carried that directly impacted Sapelo, that was carried by the governor's floor leader. Carried by the governor's floor leader. So, Madam Chair, he is accountable. And as governor of our state, it is his responsibility to take care of all of us here in the state of Georgia. We don't answer to Brian Kemp here. We are all duly elected by our constituents. And it is up to the governor to work with us to do what's right, to know what's right and when it's wrong. And we do need his partnership in that, because we can clearly see when something's not right. He is an intelligent man. I do believe he is reasonable. I hope he's listening, and I hope he will act and partner with us with helping Sapelo, giving them the resources that they need, and holding those accountable and responsible for the negligence that led up to this tragedy. And I hope we will come together as a committee and make some recommendations, that will not only go to the governor, but also our Attorney General and to our federal partners.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I know that we are going to try to come together, but it might be over Zoom. But so when you see Diego Santana come up on your email or your text, you'll know that he's trying to get a time that we can all come and sit together. And I want to invite everybody that's been sitting at this table, not just the senators on our committee, although we are the ones that have to rubber stamp and vote.
Let me say.
Sure, go ahead. And then
COVID is not in. We still trying to get rid of it, but I think committee meetings and us personally being here to deal with the situation. Zoom, I don't like. It's just about a way out of not doing anything.
I agree with you, but I was trying to make it more convenient for everyone. But I'll tell you what, I will be sitting at the inside the Capitol. And so anyone who wants to come and sit with us will be good. And anyone who cannot come, then they'll have the option of a Zoom. All right? Can we do that, media?
Yeah.
They got it.
Okay, got it. Okay, and Senator, will you close us out?
First of all, I want to say thank you to the wonderful chair lady that had this convening. It was necessary. She immediately gave her word on the day that we came down to Sapelo to see for ourselves and hear for ourselves. I'll be in Riceboro tomorrow on Jones Hill. My family is a part of this legacy of Sapelo Island, and we live in Riceboro now. But what I want to say is that I heard a call for resources. I always want to be clear that the call for Georgia is to send resources for grief counseling that would be paid for, and that our victims would be able to select their grief counselors. That funeral costs will be repaid to families and other expenses that relate to the injury and and those who lost their lives. Number 3 is medical costs for survivors, not just current medical costs, but for ongoing medical issues as a result of what happened with the gangway crisis.
And because they don't have a hospital either on that island at all.
Let me just,
Mhm.
let me.
Oh, let me be
I just
quiet
wanna-
then. Go ahead.
Let me just hit it. And then
Okay.
last but not least is the PTSD that will continue to be in the lives of those members and their family that were on the gangplank, that fell in the water, and those who were observers. So those are the four things I believe this was called for from this particular hearing. And then I want to be clear about the next steps with the federal. I heard that we want to open that door. And with that door open, I want to say there is case law for Indigenous people, but not just case law for Indigenous people, but for Bruce Beach, state level in California. 98 years after descendants of Bruce Beach was stolen, that beach property was given back by the state, and then the state then brought from those families $20 million those beach properties. So I want to be clear about case law from federal to state that is on the side of the folks from Sapelo Island. There is case law, and I believe that you can go forth and get attorneys to not just be on the civilian side of taking care of the needs of those who were injured, but there has to be now federal cases that will go forth, and so that we can do several things at one time. But the first call is for the 4 areas of the needs of the immediate survivors and their families who were lost, to take care of those 4 areas. This is on video right here, so that it can be pulled up. And so we're asking the governor and those who are the heads of these agencies to come together and to honor these requests and to move forward in an expeditious manner, because life and limb are still at risk. Thank
Correct.
you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, at this time, I'm going to adjourn our hearing and then adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for your information that you right now, for you to send us any other information that you did not hear or that you concur with that you did hear. So let us know so we can know what we're doing when we are writing up our recommendations. And time is of the essence. So we're not going to drag our feet or twiddle our thumbs on this and wonder what. We're going to get together and put our heads together in the next few days. So thank you very much, everyone. We are adjourned. Well, you're welcome.